Microphone check 1, 2.
My check, 1 2 1 2, my check. One, two.
Are you driving? What's happening? Are you doing it from inside? What's going on? Got it. Okay, no problem. Cool. Okay, sweet. Okay, we're waiting. Cool. All right, thanks. Bye.
Okay, we've got sound for audio, but two, so we can go to a video. I'm gonna put up the starting soon poster, then we're gonna go to the video in the next 5 minutes. Starting soon, camera.
People are asking what's happening with the stream.
Microphone audio, desktop, I think music was playing. We stop how much is my bill? We stop how much is my bill? So I'm afford it from time to time. But it was yeah, sure. And when you start about 1 meter, so it's understand. So the voice. The next I'm doing a countdown for you. Okay.
Welcome to Digital Youth Month. It's been a long-awaited digital expo for youth. We're celebrating our young people in the country by bringing everything that you feel and experience in the physical world right here in the virtual digital space. My name is Zanyuwe Tatiti Asare, and I'm here with my colleague.
Welcome everybody into the Youth Month Digital Expo. We are looking forward into the program of today, and we have got killer speakers on the day that will be sharing information and also making sure that we play a part into the digital world and also in the Youth Month Expo. So in the Youth Month, and also making sure that all these young people are getting information and making sure that all this is for you guys. Tuning into our YouTube. Thank you.
So just to show that we're active and happening with all the young kids, we've actually got this also on my personal Instagram page, that's Zanyue_. If you have any questions as well, any things that you want to post, I'll be having my phone in my hand, and yeah, you can join us as well, join the discourse. So I think one of the times when people ask us, why are we doing this? Why is this something that we feel is important, and why expo virtually?
Yeah.
You know, I asked myself, why not? Maybe we can just discuss why we came up with this.
All right. So previously, we normally do this the Youth Month Expo with other events, which it was normally face to face. You know, we are now living into the digital world. We've got COVID, and young people right now need to get information. We don't need to stop sharing the information or making sure that every information or any content that can be shared to young people can be shared using the platform online, because of a lot of opportunities right now or events are closed due to COVID. So
just to jump on that,
Yeah.
a lot of the times when we were speaking to our sponsors and people that were coming up, I was just saying that we're so blessed to have the team that we have. Maybe you can just tell the audience a bit of the experience that you had in the physical World Expos, because I know you've done quite a bit, but that's actually how we met. We met through an international one, actually, in 2017. So perhaps just walk us through some of the work that you've done. I know we've done some with you, but let's just flex a bit.
No, okay. So what we have done as young people, especially when me and Godishan, we were participating in the Youth Month Expo that was done by the Department of Education and the Premier's Office. So we have an experience of 4 years running this event, which we hosted close to 100,000 young people over 9 days. So it was crazy. Young people were craving for information, and it was very interactive, to find all elements in terms of technology, agriculture, health, all those sectors were there, and we would give out information that is relevant to young people, and entrepreneurs, small businesses. So the whole event was catering for everybody. We didn't choose whether you are young, you are old, or whatever. We catered everybody, and also made sure that the information that we share, it's rich and also helpful for all the community members that were there. And we also did the Premier's Youth Excellence Awards over 3 years. The first one we did over 13 days. We pulled it off with photo shoot, with everything. It was quite difficult, but it was quite good. A good experience, and I feel blessed to be part of the team that is hosting the Digital Youth Month Expo, to make sure that we share the content or information with young people. We never stop, and I think and I believe that this is the first and the beginning, and let's do this.
No, certainly. So, one, I think what we can write on is that there's experience here.
Definitely.
Two, I think anybody that's listening to you can see the passion. But I think outside of passion specifically for today, maybe let's discuss the impact of 1976 on our country. At least for me, when I think about the sacrifices that were made in 1976 by the class of 66, that we are sort of commemorating actually during this week, I think of young visionaries, people that, based on the circumstance they had, did something above and beyond the norm. They didn't just complain, and yes, things became violent, yes, our youth were attacked, but what they've actually done is they've paved the way for us as young people, for the future generation to have it easier, so to say. And easier doesn't necessarily mean that, or rather have it simpler. Simpler doesn't necessarily mean easy. Right? So when I say simple, we have got pathways to education. We can actually have discourse with government. Civil society can actually engage and listen to young people. And if they don't, we've got ways of doing that. And look at us. We've got the opportunity to actually do something, participate, make a change, give people rich information, ensure that we can change people's lives, even if it's with, a week like this where we say, what can this week do in the greater scheme of things, in the bigger scheme of things? And for me, I just look at that class of 76 and I ask myself, as a young person right now, if I take out those principles of tenacity, the principles of wanting to be heard, of wanting to make a change, how are we, doing that? And I think we need to use this platform this week to allow for young people to speak, to not just allow for them to be told things, but to be heard. I think the most important thing for a human being to determine who you are is to be heard, and for someone to correspond to that, listen to you, interact with you, engage you. And if you're great, yes, you're doing great. If you're not, they disagree. Let's see where we disagree.
and work from that perspective. But yeah, so that's it. So maybe we can just talk about.
Yeah, just to jump in, with the class of 76, young people did wonders. The thought of them coming together and making sure that their voice is being heard. So my wish right now is that where they left off, we need to take over and make sure that they have laid the foundation. We need to build the house now, and finish the house nice and neat, with our own style, own things. So one thing that I'm wishing for, especially when it comes to communities, I'm not saying young people must stop drinking or stop 1, 2, 3, but they need to start looking into their communities and see the challenges that we are facing, on a day-to-day basis, and also come up with solutions for our community. Because nobody will come up with our square for solutions for our community, better than us. We need to just also create ecosystem to make sure that things revolve amongst, us. But the key element is that we need to focus and also take the fundamental that was, laid for us and make sure that we build a proper future for the next generation.
I absolutely love that. I agree with you 100%. One of the partners that we have that will meet further on during the week,
It's the second chance matric program.
Okay.
And I think what you're saying is extremely important in the sense that what are we doing right now? How are we investing our time with youth? I've got a very close friend of mine who he always says, we're young now, we might be young now, but you still have another 60 years to live. And I think if we start looking at life to say that what we're doing now is an investment for the next 60 years, we'll sort of approach life differently. And as I said, I think about it, let's make a practical example. You want to study engineering or aeronautical engineering, actually nuclear science.
Yeah.
What do you do? What are the subjects you look at?
Can I tell you something?
Yeah.
That's one of the key elements that I saw that in school. We were meant to prepare.
Correct.
I got to understand my career after matric. Which area was wrong. Because some of the courses, some of the subjects that I was doing, yes, didn't comply with what I wanted to apply.
But let's put that on hold because I think this is a very important one.
Yeah.
We're going to start with the first program for the day. I don't know if we actually have sound today. I just want to get our down. So basically today is the first program and we're starting with emotional intelligence. We've got an exceptional young man who's joining us. He's actually a partner of us in many projects that we do. Excellent mind. His name is Tiger. Tiger, I don't know if you can hear me.
Hi, Tiger.
Hi, Tiger. Tiger, can you explain to the people why your name is Tiger? I get asked this all the time. Like, is that really his name? But his parents named him Tiger. Please let the people know.
Tiger.
Well, shout out to Cody. I don't know why he beat me with a weird voice. But anyway.
It's not really, it's scary.
It's not Cody Shang, it's Tim.
Oh, yeah, because I would see who, yeah, you guys are looking at me. But nonetheless, the name I got from college school when I started playing rugby. For some weird reason, my coach back then, he needed us to take this house and then he made it strong. I was a big, strong man for English. So the name probably brought the tradition of my lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? And I've been trying to get rid of it. I'm introduce myself about how many people, one person just calls me about Tiger, and yeah, so it's fun.
So coincidentally, you will be called at the office Tiger.
Yeah.
Just like that.
Pretty much.
Alright.
I love that. I think that just shows how important how things that happen in your youth can actually shape and develop, who you are going forward. We have this big disconnect and think, It's just a child's name. Kingwana, we'll leave it there. But look at you now, you're grown up and you're still being called something that shaped you at 6 years old.
Yeah. You know, it's very true. Like those things you bestow someone's features in their name. My coach did that. And one of the game will actually made me be the person that I am going to be conscious or such. I mean, that's how I ended up being the person that I am doing what I'm doing right now.
I love that. I love the fact that you've got that. So, just speaking about the person you are, Tiger, would you like to just maybe intro us, tell us what we're talking about today? And I think that it's what we're talking about today I think, has shaped you quite a great deal. Maybe walk us into that emotional intelligence. Why this topic? Why are we talking about it today? Why is it pertinent for Youth Week? Yeah, it's yours.
Yeah, so shortly with Kevin Hart, what I do is I engage a lot with the youth and through various levels, whether it's just trying to develop them in their social skills. And I feel like given them the capability to be conscious in the world because I come across them since I played towards getting into leadership position. Farmers to high school varsity, work with the managerial positions that are over government. So some sort of leadership structure is always there. And the one consistent thing that I've always realized amongst people who find it difficult for them to adapt in what society, the real society is the emotional intelligence. And it triggered a whole lot of stuff everywhere. I actually started paying attention to how people react to things, and it's always based on majority of the time on how they feel. Like if you want to study something, you think about how it's going to be well watching something. It's obvious if you don't understand the emotions, they tend to become a bit overwhelming. You end up doing something that you don't want to do, and you get frustrated about something that this is not what I want. Now you get frustrated about how you are solving it. If you have more get it right, it ends up getting into more things that go down basically in a pyramid way. So I remember reading a book from Hamilton, was breaking down the whole emotional intelligence and comparing it as well to what they call emotion on. You need to understand what emotional intelligence is. You need to come up with various like self-awareness as one, self-regulation is also another issue, and then also how much with regard to motivation. So those are some of the stuff that I would like to think of.
So Tiger, just to find out, as a young person in my community that doesn't know anything about emotional intelligence, how do I start my research? How do I start understanding what is emotional intelligence? So all of that, how do we make sure that people understand exactly what we're talking about right now?
So, like for somebody who's from a community who might not really understand the concept of what emotional intelligence is, because just like going to school, when you learn or any form of education, you become an intellectual artist based on how much of it you can understand and then process the information and actually get to act it out.
No, great stuff. Thank you so much.
Where do you think this kind of knowledge starts? Is it somewhere that you think, I mean, looking at the history of our homes, especially the majority of the country, we have child-headed households in this country. We have households that are female-led, where the mother, doesn't have the support of another spouse or their spouse or their partner in raising the children. Then we also have, situations where it's the grandmother who doesn't necessarily interact with this kind of content, looking at our history. We try to run away from our history as South Africans, but the truth is it's affected us in terms of our communication skills, in terms of emotional intelligence itself. How do you then say, how do we get this information? It's a tough one. How do we do that? How do we bridge that gap?
So I don't want to dwell on the knowledge or the experience that I've come across throughout dealing with with the kids that either were under my leadership at varsity, then obviously they get to engage with the parents, and then you also get to hear how the parents maybe might be facing difficulties with the children. So some parents will say, I'm worried about my child. My child has a tendency of following the class or self-esteem, or they will raise certain issues that they're worried about their kids and they don't know how to deal with them because our parents, they especially in our history, the black community, where certain emotions were taught how to suppress. As a man, you're told don't cry, just move on. A woman must understand that, when you are in a certain situation, then you're told if you don't act in a certain way, it means that you're not a good wife. So certain emotions in our African culture are sort of like suppressed on how we're supposed to deal with some element, not some important elements in our life that really determine what decisions we make. Because think about it, if you live in a society that's oppressing happiness and only expressing and processing anger and sadness, you're going to have a depressed society because that's the only thing they know. So now if somebody's hurt and they don't get to deal and learn how to deal with their hurt, it becomes a turmoil within them that they end up having all these emotions. Now they have one emotion they can't deal with. Now there's a lot of them as also happening. New ones that also come about it. Now you don't know how to bridge it together. You can't go to your parents as your parents don't understand people. We see the same case right now where a lot of young kids and kids they can't even talk to their parents because they feel that the parents will not understand them. And our parents as well are living in a place where they don't understand the characters. And that's purely because of evolution on how things have changed around us, but within our community, we kept a culture that does not allow us to grow and understand the change that comes with it as well. So, like, the pressures of life are constant, but they're different. So that's the thing that we also need to bridge a gap between from the young generation to the older generation. That's where parents will always tell you that, listen, I've gone through something like this, and you as a young kid feel like, no, you don't understand what it's like. Far different when you find people who are against you, but then now because you're exposed to so much, like on social media, where one person by themselves on a phone in their pocket, they have over 5,000 people who can turn like that and make them a bad person or tell them that they're worthless. So now imagine having to deal with that. 4 or 5 comments from people might brush them off.
Yeah.
But then if you have a whole society, a digital platform where now something different takes on you, and don't understand why you matter with something that happened before. That's a big deal to you because that's the world where you live in right now. And now you need to understand how to control your emotions, not from bridging the gap from, hey, my parents like this, and then on another digital platform, this what's happening.
So,
So you need to be able to control these things so that you can understand how to function.
Yeah, Taga, I want to ask you now. So you've walked us through. You mentioned empathy, in terms of emotional intelligence. Practically speaking, how do you define that? Maybe give us a scenario where someone is using emotional intelligence, because even the word empathy, I've realized for a while, we think, especially people who are interested in understanding other people, understanding emotional intelligence, it's very easy for us to use that word and throw it about. But what do those things mean in the definition of emotional intelligence? Can you walk us through what they mean? Give us practical examples, like how do you use it in a real life scenario?
And especially in local tents and also in local communities, because please bear in mind that we're speaking to people that are new into the field, that they don't even understand right now. I'm not saying
that's not how we've been related.
Yeah, even myself right now, I never thought of
emotional intelligence, you know. So this is one of the key elements that I think assisting household in our local communities, how do they deal with such, you know?
And I think just to add on to what Steve's saying, I like what you said about men don't cry.
Yeah.
If you look at the men, you know, in our world, and the things that like happen, the levels of suicide that happen in that, you know, the young males, actually males in general, and you look at the anger and aggression, I think that is the opposite of someone who has emotional intelligence and who lives in a world where men are allowed to express themselves and manage their emotions like a human being. So I think one of my question
Then for you is, what is this emotional intelligence? Break it down, and break it down also in the context of the typical South African. How about the examples are America? What I so we want to understand what does that mean? What does that mean?
Yeah. So like a perfect example is the one that you just made about the issue of mental health. So now we dealing with a generation of men that were certain emotions, particularly those of, let's say, hurt, disappointment, or now the modern world changing as well, where you get your father, your grandfather has always told you this, I always say this in the kitchen, she's not this, etc. Now things have changed, like, thankfully, where you, that's oppression and understand that oppression. So now you are the first generation that's dealing with something that parents or people have dealt with. And now you are getting frustrated on how you can solve these issues. Now there's also the part where like third getting involved, you process all those emotions. So disappointment, they all pile up, and now you become an angry person. Whereas the next time your woman now asks you why, or not even challenging you, but only asking for clarification, and then afterwards you want to you end up being in a physical fight. So those are the things that show you that this person cannot intellectually be able to process certain emotions that they even at that moment create for them outbursts, or rather be violent.
But how do you handle that situation? How do you handle that situation, Tiger? Because that in South Africa, I'm saying, how do you handle that situation? Because that example happens far too often in South Africa. And that example results in the deaths of many women. And I don't want to say young women only. I know this is youth month, but they are older women that have died at the hands of an angry man. Whether it's a man who they're in a relationship with, whether it's a strange man who was not happy at how she responded to their advances, if it's not ending up in death, it's being raped, if not both, or being assaulted in a manner that is so grievous and harmful to a human being, not just physically but emotionally. The person is just not the same. How do we maneuver those? So then, and assuming that the emotional intelligence isn't just for the person who's harboring the anger, and it's not just for the victim. How do those two people use the emotional intellect in a situation like that?
So in a situation like that, you need to also realize as well, be aware that in order for you to control somebody, to be emotionally abusive towards them, you need to make them feel a certain way. You see, if somebody wants to make sure that they get you on your, they make you feel bad, and they say something really is horrible. But and they just like say something to make you feel in a certain way so they can control you for that.
Almost like accountability.
So like you finish it over a long period where people are in abusive relationships. This is a process that happens over and over. It starts with a small thing and then builds up to a larger spectrum. But this starts from a young age, and in order for you to like change that, you need to start changing it from making sure that listen, as a young adult, you need to start getting into the habit of being able to deal with those emotions. Because what you are as a young adult is what you need to become eventually as an adult. If you're somebody who procrastinates your whole teenage life, varsity, chances of you being a parent who procrastinates are very high. You can change definitely, but habit seems to be the one that will always take over. So if you don't deal or learn how to deal with these emotions from a young age, they will always carry you on to it. So I was trying to say, like, the whole emotional intelligence thing is I feel like we have taken like three categories where one you need to assess and how you also communicate your emotions as well. This can be in a way if you are angry, do you communicate by being physical? Do you communicate by saying, listen, I am angry, you communicate by just walking away. There's various ways of communication that we need to touch base on them as well during the process of being on how once you understood what emotional intelligence is and how you go about it. Expressing and communicating with somebody else is also understand it as well, because they must also have the ability to read your emotional cues and communication as well. Other people cry as well. You see, that's a form of communication that you need to understand. Even though you deal with somebody else, you must be somebody else's emotion, but somebody else and how they communicate. And understanding that is part and parcel of what their emotional intelligence is. We also talk about how one can effectively rather apply the emotion in a way that they interact with us. So now we are in the situation where men, like I said in South Africa, are dealing with a whole lot of majority of the success they commit more suicide because of depression, because they don't get that opportunity of expressing themselves. They don't know how to do it. Our parents did not do that. I probably can count on my one hand how many times my father has me. And I know it's something that does not love me. I'm not saying he does not love me, but it's because that's something he was not for us to let him go through affection. So those certain things, when you sit down and you think about it, how they affect you as well you grow up, and how they affect the situation also too. They are part and parcel of understand what it is.
Just to ask you one question, another one. Ne? So if I'm a young person, a young boy who is raised by a grandmother that is angry that both my parents didn't play a part, especially when it comes to supporting me. So the anger that Ugogo is taking out, in me, Youngshire, sometimes I would over do stuff or bang I must clean this, I must do that, you must do that. So you ended up being abused emotionally as a young person because of your parents' mistakes or your parents' issues with the Ugogo. So how do young people deal with that situation where uhlala nogogo and they're finding difficulties in terms of engaging Ugogo and also sharing that my emotion, Gogo, you are now getting me into a way which is saying I'm willing to kill myself. I don't see myself to say, why am I living if each and every day I've been told that I'm useless, I'm like my father or I'm like my mother. So all those negative stuff that are being told to young people, on a day-to-day basis, where you wake up in the morning, they go to school and they lose their focus because of from the morning when they wake up going to the school they were harassed from the morning, so on their way to school emotionally they are disturbed, they are not ready to go and study. So those young people who are living in such, how do they deal with such issues? Because of obviously our grandmothers, they don't understand. Umuntu omdala uye alright, nothing else. You will never also argue or share information, no. Otherwise, naturally, you are just a young person that doesn't respect, yeah, usele, uphendula abantu abadala. So yeah.
Yeah, how do we bridge that gap? How do we do that? Because, it's equally important for a person to be heard, but how does the younger one then approach a situation like that?
Yeah.
So you see, this notion or this area we live in where we find that you live in a situation where the young person and young person might also say we consider as being disrespectful for the people we listen to. It's something that was taught. And because of our history, our parents were took authority rules. That's why they never question it. I mean, it's the form of conflict system. That's wrong. We say this we must do it. So it happens to them. The only people that our parents could practice that on authority was their kids. There's no other place or space or authority or focus that people other than the offspring they will I think responsible for. Before that this happens to have been something that contributes to the country answer. The one of the things of being of self-awareness of those positions is understanding you are not your parents' decisions.
Yeah.
I mean, you did not decide to come into this world. You have no say about it. You have no say where you wake up and where you live and how you grow up. It was not your decision. And it goes through a period of time when you are going to work to get out of that. You need to realize that as soon as possible and it will help you be able to move on. I always as a local employer that seek professional help as well. My level of coaching is based on the skills that I've had where I've seen how these different activities that I've done at sports was my way of expressing how I felt. So I used to play rugby, which is considered an expensive sport. So whenever I thought if I had anger issues, that's what I would do. And then whenever I thought if I was in a situation where I need to engage with somebody literally or have a communication-based aggression with them, and I did the debate. That was also another way to express how I felt. So I think as a young person, the best thing to always do is to ensure that you always have a set date. Yes, our added towards you as a person and build your character because they will teach you consistency. I wake up every morning without fail or from whether it's in a long time. Because I've got to myself used to that little going. In the morning, I'm going to do the one thing that allows me more than me. That's what it is. And that feeling on generates and sort of like my blood is not the next step. I feel good when I wake up and I go to gym and I feel good out there and I am having such a day. So now what are the things that you would motivate you to be able to, like I said, firstly, understand you are not your present being. Whether you fall whether you which you are not that thing that made you part of that situation. So you cannot say that is my identity. It's just your identity is what you have to create for yourself. You see
So
on how people can be from the poorest background, that come from dealing with abusive family era and have moved from strike to strike becoming something else. Some of them have done it without dealing with the emotions that have gone through. Others have had the opportunity of doing so.
So
But
Tiger,
if you are in that situation, it is key that you get to know somebody who can say, this is not what you supposed to do. I feel like you based on how I feel about what I'm going through in my current life right now. And for this person to be able to assist and give me advice to contribute forward. So until you get to the point where you know that you can realize and accept that I'm not my present and I'm going to make my own life that for myself. There is absolutely no reason I'm not going to do something.
Tiger, we've got a question from the audience before we go on a break. They say all of this sounds lovely, but we want to know, we want to understand how do people get access to this kind of information and what is currently being done. But I think before we do that, let's actually close this little session now for a bit, and then we can then go into that. We'll get into the practical application. What has been done? What have you done? And how can young people, get to access this kind of information? And then we can just discuss that. I think the practical application, this is all lovely, this is all in principle amazing, but how do we get access to this? And even if it's not necessarily what's being done now, how do we as young people who are interested in creating a change, making impact, assist in creating different hubs all over the country to give young people support, to give family members support? I can tell you myself, I've had instances with my parents where I've had to have very difficult conversations, but I'm quite lucky to be one of the few that do have parents that are receptive to positive criticism, questions, and allowing their children to have these conversations with them. So after the break, I think what we can do is just chat about the practicality of all of this.
So see you in 5.
See you in 5. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
development skills that I'm getting for the kids. So on social media, I think it's the best platform where you can get a hold of me as well. As Tiger Taylor on Twitter, I'm very active on that one, and Instagram as well. I also have my email address for Taylor Vibes. So it's TheBevides at gmail.com. And can you repeat that, Tiger?
And just slowly.
Yeah, very slowly, please.
Okay, the email again is Tiger Vibes. That's TheBeVibes at gmail.com. So just drop me an email and we'll take it from there. Just let me see where you're from as well, etc. And how I can assist by referring you, because I also have other people that I'm in connection with in various places across the country in other provinces that I know who are doing something similar as mine. So I'm always referring some of the people to go towards them as well. So that's where they can get me as well, so we can offer the program for them.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that, Tiger. So that information will be available on the website with some video descriptions, and also all the other information that Tiger happens to be talking about will also be on our website. So just watch the space over the next week. We'll have everything put down that we've referred to and discussed through our sessions with Tiger and all our other participants. Thank you so much. So Tiger, I think walk us into it. Just, give us more detail. We're listening. The floor is all yours. We're all ears.
Sorry, I didn't catch that last bit. Can you just let me say that again?
I was saying, I'm giving you the floor. Okay, how it's all yours. You can chat now. We're listening to you. We want to understand currently what is it that you are doing. So I know that you said we can catch you on social media, but I do know that you're quite heavily involved in the space. What are you doing? Maybe you can give us a description of what it is that you do. What does it entail? How is it disseminated? How is this information shared? And then maybe after that, you can tell us about some of these other colleagues of yours that you work with. What exactly is it that they are doing as well? So let's start with you. Give us more practically speaking, what is it that you're doing? Where are you doing it?
So, currently right now, like I said, we're busy doing the large scale development program in the Free State, in Bloemfontein, as well as in Tabanchu and in Tabelo. We are with 7 schools right now that we're working with, and then also doing a leadership program for them. So we sort of like training the future leaders. We're going to be coming out from these towns that are crossing Mangaru, and also working in hand with the new center that just opened in Botshabelo, the Charlotte Macarthur Center. So we help improve the life of these youngsters, but also encourage them as well to get into various places, just not only be sitting at home. We're dealing with a lot of kids who are also unemployed, dealing with the stress of not finding work. So what we do is also help them be aware of the fact that you don't always have to wait for it to come for you, but you can always create work. Like platforms that we have, like the digital space right now, where they can kind of showcase some of their products that they like to sell, or whatever it is they like to trade in. So those are currently what we also working with as well. I was actually to be able to send a full on hit list with whenever you drop the email address. It has everything that explains and shows all the various programs that we've been engaged with in the past, and what we're going to be currently busy with as well for the next couple of months.
That's amazing. That sounds fantastic. Could you just tell us the schools that you're currently working with? What type of schools are they? What age groups are you working with? Are you open to taking more schools? Is there a way that people can actually send us information? How are you currently doing that, and who are you doing it with?
So let me just make an example of these 2 schools that we're working with. One in Botshabelo was a school that had kids with it's technical school basically. So these kids extremely talented at creating things. So the state of the school was such that they said it was falling apart, and it was frustrating the kids so far that they want to learn, but there's no area for them to do this. So we challenged them to come up with a project. What we're doing is getting the schools that we are training come up with 5 profitable programs that is going to be helping the school, and 5 non-profitable programs that was also aimed at improving the school. So like now the 5 profitable programs that they come up with is for them to create furniture and then sell around for other schools, because there's various schools within the community of what's happening that is struggling with infrastructure. They happen to be the one school for that. So we've created a program for them and a project that enabled them to have an income based on the schoolwork that they do, and also being able to develop the community that is around them by creating all of these infrastructures so that other schools can have tables, they can have like their frames, so they replace things. They've done so much in that project, and this is something that they as a school, they never thought this is something that we could do and generate income, but in the same space as well, be able to develop the schools around us as well. And it is creating jobs as well, because these young kids right now, they get a percentage of their work that they did, you understand? So those are like the special programs we get into, where we look at what's the need of the community and how can we use what we have within our community to enrich and develop the community around us. The other one as well was Bartimea, which is in Tabanchu, the School of the Deaf and Blind as well. So with them, they've also created a project that where they're looking for creating braille publishing, basically publishing braille material for other schools as well, and also for people who might be interested in learning how to read the scale, and people are interested in learning how to do sign language as well. So on that one, there's certain kids who are extremely good at their communication skills level that they even offer extra classes to some of their younger mates within around their community. All this in hopes of making people aware of living with a disability is not like should limit you basically to certain things. So those are the programs that we're currently busy with right now, and we're hoping to get more of those so that we can create more jobs for these kids and develop their neighborhoods where they come from.
That's amazing. We've got a question here from Samantha. Samantha's asking, how do you involve emotional intelligence in all of these programs that you're talking about, especially with the School of the Blind and the Deaf that you mentioned?
So I think the emotional intelligence part comes in when you have empathy, because that's also one of the characteristics of emotional intelligence, is having empathy and understanding for people around you. The one thing that I also think that we are embedded with is the spirit of Ubuntu. You see, that also shows a sign that we are capable of having emotional intelligence, because we understand of having empathy towards people. So now you are living in a neighborhood where you are, and how you feel about the situation that you know when you look around. Are you happy with the way the kids are developing in the area? You know, are they involved in drugs? Are they doing something positive about their life? And how does that make you feel, and what is it that you'd like to do about that? And that's how I ended up coming up with these projects. I said, guys, you're in a situation where you feel bad at the fact that you cannot do certain things because of the limitations you have. How would it make you feel if you could change all the situation? And that's literally how everything kick-started off, because I kept on asking, how would it make you feel? And how did you process all those emotions? And that's how they ended up doing what they're doing now.
Wow,
No, wow.
that's amazing. That's
Yeah.
exceptionally like, you know, so we actually deal with the school as well, Bataria, and I've met some of the students, and it's phenomenal to see how people who are termed to be disabled or to have limitations are actually going out of the way to really participate, to engage, and to live their best lives.
Yeah.
Honestly, like it's something. If people could have access to seeing these young children taking control of their lives, we would all be so inspired. But Tanya, I think just to jump in there, or just to add another element to our discussion, we've actually got Dr. Alicia Porter, who we're going to introduce. So Dr. Alicia Porter, she's a mental health specialist, or she specializes in mental health, and she'll be chatting about that this morning. I'm actually really excited to see what the synergies between you two, in terms of what it is that you do and what she knows, how those two interplay. I think we are so blessed to have this kind of information at our disposal. So what I'm going to do now is introduce Dr. Alicia. Dr. Alicia, actually, so let's do this actually, Taka. We're going to go on. And then we'll give Dr. Alicia a special intro. She'll be here in a few minutes.
Yeah, but for me, Tiger, just to share, much respect, my guy, in terms of what you're doing, especially when it comes to local people, because emotionally they are being harassed on a day-to-day basis.
But even the people that care for them, people might not even know they're doing it.
So one of the things that I see that is the most important thing, especially for young people, in the morning you don't want to distract a young person or be a bully or something. You need to motivate them, make them ready to go to school, be ready for the week, be ready for exam, be ready for everything. Motivation, motivation, motivation. Our homes right now are lacking motivation, are lacking moral boost, are lacking a lot. But Njoba Nisho, much respect, my guy. I hope that your program can be adopted, nationally and be introduced as a curriculum, because this also comes in when students fight with teachers. We've seen teachers being stabbed, killed at school. Those young people are angry. Hence, I'm saying to you, he came out or she came out of the house with an anger that Ugogo or whoever that told him or her to say, yeah, we are dinner, and everything. Then the teacher comes in, stand in front of these young people, talk, and I'm Sugumis and say, please say something. And that kid feels that this person is exposing me. I don't know anything and I'm distracted right now. I don't want to do anything. Then they start showcasing by fighting. That's when you realize that emotionally this person has been, emotionally hurt. But yeah, we need people like you. We need such program to be stretched all over the country, especially when it comes to schools.
Just to add on what you're saying, see, I've got a question here. The question here is from Anonymous Q. Anonymous Q saying, how do I tell my grandmother when it's exam time that I can't be doing dishes, I can't be cleaning up because it's exams and I want to do well? She's always shouting and she thinks I'm trying to not do my chores.
Yeah.
How is that?
Yeah.
How do we handle that emotionally, from an emotional intelligence perspective? Because from a parent's perspective, I can see how you want this child to do chores.
Yeah.
But from that particular situation, I can see how you want to concentrate on exams and you actually cannot be doing things outside of that. So I can see both sides of the argument here.
Yeah.
How do we maneuver a situation like that? I think it's a really good question.
So the one of the skills that we also talk about in the last year's program is time management. Issues like doing chores or whatever is expected from you at home are all issues about time management. I mean, when you are busy getting to school curriculum tasks, you're aware that in the next 3 months, I'm going to be writing my test in these 4 weeks. How can you utilize the time that it takes? Was it effective in such a way that by the time you get to your exams, your grandparents or whoever you stay with as a guardian has seen a consistency in you, then actually take attention on your schoolwork, or you only want to pay attention on your schoolwork when it's exam time. So you also communicate these things beforehand with people that you live with. Because yes, you are in a household where you need to support your parents to do so basic things at the end of the day, but you also would like to perform well as well. Do you have an option of studying extra hours at school? You have access to such information. So if you have somebody who can also assist you as well as you, but not because most of the time kids are studying at home. Do you wake up early and do your chores today? Do you get to study at night? Do you get to study during the day? So you also need to put those things into consideration when you are making them. So they're going to overall determine how this communication is going to work between you and the third parent. Because they would like to have their house clean and you would like to study. So what do you do? How much time do you spend on the phone at night instead of sleep so you can wake up early?
I like that, Tiger. I like that work-life balance that you're instilling at a young age because, I mean, if I think about it, for me, I thought you were going to give me another answer to be like, no, the parents must just leave the kid alone. It was just,
Yeah.
a very one-sided answer that I think as a young person you'd want to hear. But I think by doing that, you are now grooming someone to live life in a silo, and life doesn't work like that. So it's
Preparing
also,
them for the future.
exactly, because when you're an adult,
Yeah.
there's no, oh no, I've got work to do, therefore I'm not going to care about my exercise or cooking or putting petrol in my car, whatever. You still need to balance those things. So I love that approach, and I love that you're stressing that look guys, yes, you cannot do it at this point in time, but what are you doing to maximize on the other time, at other periods of your life where you can wake up an hour earlier to do X, Y, Z? And I guess that's where the support of the parent comes in to say, okay, you normally do this at this time, we can change things a bit to accommodate this particular new thing that's happening in your life now.
So also what I see here is that parents need to start also engaging the young people to say, when are the next exam coming? Or the young person needs to give it to their mother and say, Mama, in the next coming 2 months, I need to focus on my studies. These are the things. Can we reschedule this into this? Or can I do the morning dishes and my brother does the night? We swap things up. Also the communication, it's quite important because of the last time I was in a school, it was a school meeting. The school consists of 100 and something students, but we got there, we had 30 to 45 parents. And when you start asking some of the students in the next day to say, where were your parents? They'll say, Mama bega sister feleni, Mama bega gupigu. So I feel that some of parents are not taking um, education serious, especially when it comes to making sure that you understand what is going on within your kid's career when it comes to exams, homeworks, assignments. You need to be vigilant and understand, okay, where can I assist? When I grew up in a household where I had my mother only. My mother was coming late, 6 o'clock, after 6, and I wouldn't do anything. Like I'll do the until maybe 5:45. I'll start preparing my stuff, putting my books, making sure I have to look like I've been doing this. So I think communication is one of the key elements to say, my boy or my girl, can I see Guti, how far, what did you do, your books, looking every day. But yeah,
Yeah, I mean, maybe Tiger, you can just give us,
It's very true what you say over there as well. And the planning element on it. Because, like, here's the thing, what I wanted to say actually about the program, it's not a program that's made or is trying to show parents that they're wrong or kids that they're wrong. It's a program that's trying to find a balance within your state of understanding how this works. If you are a child right now and then anytime you want to study, you expect anything around you to stop. That's not how the world works. So you need to find a balance to understand how do I function. If anything else happens at the same time, also make time to ensure that I get to do what's expected for me or what I would like to achieve.
I love that. I love that so much. I love that so much, Tiger. So just on that, finding a balance, people. What we're talking about here is finding a balance. Emotional intelligence is made up of finding a balance, understanding that you need to manage your time, understanding that we're raising children that are going to be adults that understand that finding a work-life balance, meaning, when this is meant to happen, when life is meant to happen, when different responsibilities take priority, teaching people the skills to prioritize, understanding what comes when, what comes first, not saying live a boring life or live a super exciting life, finding a balance. So on that note, what we're going to do is we're going to go on a short break. Thank you so much for having us, coming and tuning in. What we're going to do is go on a break. After going on a break, we're going to introduce one of our new speakers. And thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much. Tiger.
Tiger.
Sure.
I have to go coach. You see, I'm great. I have to go to the change.
Welcome back, everybody.
Thank you for having us again. My name is Zanyue Tsare, and this is.
Students of Kalaza.
We've got an amazing participant online about to join us, Dr. Elisha. Dr. Elisha, I've read your profile and I was taken aback. You are literally somebody that has gone into medicine, social sciences, humanities. I can see that you've got a passion for people. Could you maybe just introduce yourself to the audience? Tell us a little bit more about yourself.
Back to
the fact that there were issues or there were mental health concerns with mom during pregnancy. So, we need to add another layer onto our maternal health care. We're adding the layer that says we actually need to look at what is the mental state of mom during pregnancy. For example, they've actually done some recent studies where they found that moms who are, so not only like abuse and neglect and those kind of difficulties, but it's also with, they did a recent study where they showed that moms who were very active during pregnancy, they sort of worked until the last, excuse me, the executive mom, they've actually found higher rates of ADHD in these children. Also things like cigarette smoking, and alcohol usage. Those all impact the trajectory of a child and the child's mental health as they get older. So it's actually not just about at the point when the child is born. We're actually finding that it's even before birth. And sometimes, we listen to such heartbreaking history and we kind of think, sure, we needed an intervention for the mom while she was pregnant.
Oh, that's heartbreaking, I'm
For a lot of women, even when we look at just South Africa's statistics, how many woman-headed households there are where, the partner is either absent or if they are present, quite abusive. It's almost like the pregnancy doesn't stop the abuse, it just continues. It's so heartbreaking to see a life coming into being and being affected by these external factors that they literally have no control over. But Dr. Alicia, those are very interesting facts that you put down for us. I'd actually like to hear more. I think what we can do is just have you roll into your presentation, and then what we'll do is as we go, we'll get questions from our audience. After getting questions from our audience, we'll get into a Q&A. So I think go ahead with your presentation. I'm so excited to see it. Let's go ahead.
Okay, so I thought it might be a good idea to just talk about some, introductions with regards to adolescent mental health. And some people have described that period of adolescence as like walking a tightrope. And, for us in the mental health field, it actually sometimes feels like you really are walking a tightrope with so many things to consider. And the World Health Organization says that there is no health without mental health. So it is so important. Therefore, it's something that we do need to pay attention to. Now, adolescence is a really unique time, in development. It's that period where there's significant physical, social, and emotional change happening. These changes are also very rapid, and this is also a period of a very vulnerable period of development of mental illness. I'm sure most parents would agree that it's considered the hour of the stranger. And it's where one is transitioning from childhood to adulthood, with questions like, who am I? My sense of self is being developed. What is my social self? It's also very important, and we need to appreciate that for youth and for adolescents, how your friends see you is very, very important. Now, the other thing that we also need to factor in is that the adolescent brain, previously it used to be thought that our brains have fully developed by the time we reach adolescence. But actually, the adolescent brain is still developing. We know that now. To a point where, for example, as an adult, you use a specific part of your brain to make decisions, your prefrontal cortex. But in an adolescent, that part of the brain is actually not properly developed. So you're still using which is the amygdala, which is actually associated with emotions and instinctive behavior. So those emotional decisions that adolescents make, it's because they're using that part of the brain. The impulsive decisions that they make, it's because they're using that part of the brain. So it's quite interesting that we have to factor all of that in when we look at the youth, when we look at adolescents. And so, if we have to look at the mental health in young people, for me, I consider it at this current time, it's a crisis The majority, unfortunately, are not detected and they're not treated. And approximately half of all mental illnesses and substance related problems actually start at the age of 14 years, which again is very young, but oftentimes because it's missed, we then we don't get an opportunity for an intervention. And it was very interesting because they actually did a study of mental health among 15 to 19-year-old youth. And this was a study that was done in 5 cities globally, and Johannesburg was one of the cities that were included in the study. And actually, an interesting result from that study was that female adolescents from Johannesburg reported the highest levels of depression and post-traumatic symptoms globally. For me, that is a scary statistic.
That is exceptionally scary. I don't even have words for that. I think to myself, how is this going on, undetected by parents? How do parents actually like engage with that kind of thing? How do they actually pick up what's going on before it gets too far?
And also, just to find out, in terms of parents, when they are probably 3 months, obviously they will start going to the clinic. Is there any sort of workshop that pregnant women go through, just to let them know the consequences of different things that can jeopardize the baby inside? What is it that maybe the clinic play a part on regarding to that, or avoiding that
to
mental
mitigate that risk, especially as you're saying, if there's such a high number of adolescents going through this, it comes from somewhere. So how is that, how do we connect those two things, and how do we assist from the very beginning?
So it is still, it is at the moment developing. So we have, an infant and mental health task group or interest group, or where we are actually now starting, where psychiatrists, psychologists actually go to the gynae OPDs and speak to women, do screening for women. But obviously, that's a whole project now on its own, because it's something that we've now discovered and awareness is being created. And there are, infant mental health groups, particularly there's some that have started in Gauteng, details which we can make available, but it is a developing field currently, and we are now sort of starting to engage, because remember, it might be psychiatry, psychology, mental health, but we do need to engage obstetricians, gynecologists, and those kind of, the antenatal clinic. So with that in mind and the research to back, there's definitely a move towards incorporating that as part of antenatal care.
Just to add on something, it just came into my mind because I had a friend that faced the situation. So the guy went mentally ill around, he was roughly 15 years by the time. Then obviously, because of the family is based on a cultural, they would say he or she needed to be introduced, yes, to be introduced into rituals. So imagine that they are not focusing on the medical side of things. They are just thinking that my son needs my cultural, traditional intervention, stuff like that.
How do we handle those kind of situations? And I'm sure you're aware of cases like that. How do those cases get handled when there is a clinical reason or a medical reason for a child's behavior, whether it's emotional disorders or something that could be some kind of behavioral disorder, psychosis, whatever type of just mental illness that comes about that? How do we then ensure that parents don't misdiagnose in their own way?
I mean, for me, it's my response, or the way we tackle it, is that it's not either or, it's about working together. So if you have, because we have beliefs, we have cultural beliefs, and we also need to respect those beliefs. So while I respect that there may be a cultural aspect, we are not only culture, we are body, we are soul, we are spirit, so there are multiple parts of us. So if you need to go and, do your cultural rituals and all of those things, by all means do so. But there's a biological basis also for these things, and we didn't realize, like for example, the process of ukutwasa,
Yes.
where you are and that. So what we do know is that there are definitely increased rates, for example, of depression and anxiety in individuals who go through that process. So while you go, so we're not discounting the process and saying, well, you can't do that. And so let's work together. Let's bring culture and Western medicine together and see how we can best help this individual. I mean, it was very interesting. I know a social worker who works in one of the schools, and she's excellent in the sense that she went through a process and it is well known. So the girls, within the school, the students who come to her and explain the process, and she'll say to me, you know what, while I appreciate that investors is, and it is so, but actually I do think that they're struggling with X, Y, and Z. So can you maybe help us in this area? Or she'll say, this is what the process is about, but actually this is feeling a little bit like we need to pay more attention to. So for me, it's about us working together rather than just selling one or the other. How do we bring it together for the benefit of the youth?
Okay, so you just touched on something when you said um, there's a teacher. Most of the time, teachers are the parents because they spend a lot of time with the kids. How do teachers get that knowledge so that they are able to identify and also share with the parent to say, I see a symptom that is happening into your son or your daughter. So can I advise you to start overlooking these things? And if you want help, these are the company that can assist you to make sure that your son or your daughter comes back into. So how do you make sure that, do you go to schools and train teachers? How do you go about in making sure that, especially when it comes to crutches, because the crutches are the most critical, because that's where young people, and they are not able to say what is it that is wrong with them.
So I do think it's about creating awareness and education. Like a lot of the time we have kids who come who are referred by the school, and it's at that point where their functioning at school is suffering. And they come and it's usually that they say maybe there's, for example, attention deficit hyperactivity. But when we actually sit with the client, we realize that there's so much more. But our work involves also educating parents and educating teachers. Because it starts with education, because if you don't know what you're looking for, you won't be able to find it. But also children and adolescents are a special group they're a special group within our, within mental health, because what it looks like it might look like tantrums, it might look like behavior problems, but it also might be depression. I can get to that as the presentation goes, because I will touch on, the common mental health problems that children and adolescents face. But it really is about how do we train people to begin to appreciate. You don't have to necessarily know what it is, but just appreciate that there is now a concern with the child or the adolescent.
Dr. Porter, I think on that note, perhaps continue with your presentation. I don't want to ask questions before. I think maybe go through it, and then at the very end, we'll then engage on it, because this content is so crucial, so important, and I don't want to have it in drips and drabs. I actually want us to go straight for the jugular and figure out how we make impact, and figure out how we ask questions that do have, rich content, that when we leave here, we've got a very good understanding of what it is that we're dealing with as a society. Secondly, what is it that we can do in our immediate surroundings to affect change or to even pick up certain behaviors, and then thirdly, to see what we can do to mitigate the risks, and in situations where we can actually change things from the very beginning. So please, I open the floor to you. Continue the presentation. We're all ears. And I'm looking forward to engaging at the end of your presentation.
Okay. So, the other concerning thing is that the suicide rates in young people in South Africa have increased or escalated to alarming rates. I mean, it's now the second leading cause of death for young people between 15 and 24 years of age, and 9% of all teen deaths are due to suicide, and children even as young as the age of 7 are now committing suicide. But 90% of these adolescents who die by suicide actually have an underlying mental health illness. Again, this is statistics that caused me to stop in my tracks. But also just thinking about the consequences of not treating mental health problems in young people. One, the suicidality is a big thing, but it leads to just poor social functioning and just not realizing your full potential. So it's not just about the fact that I'm anti-medication or I don't want to give my kid treatment or I deny that there's a problem, but it has long-term consequences like low self-esteem and poor academic achievement and just a failure to launch. They then become an economic burden and non-contributing members of society. There's also then an increased risk of mental health problems in later adulthood and of course substance use. A lot of the time, when I work with patients who have substance problems, a lot of the time it's because there's an untreated mental health concern underlying and that drives that process. But again, like anything, particularly with mental health, there's a lot of myths surrounding mental health, but maybe we can look at some of those myths and we can see what the actual fact is. Like the myth that young people don't have mental health issues, it must be just normal teenage hormones, it's just attention seeking. Actually, mental illness can affect anyone regardless of age. And like I said earlier, actually, a lot of mental health problems start by the age of 14, but they miss. This idea that mental illness is a sign of personal weakness, but it's actually a medical condition like no other. And just because you can't see it doesn't mean that it's not there. And actually, it's the same biology, the same chemistry, for example, that would cause, or like for example, with high blood pressure, you have biology being impacted, your lifestyle and environment, stress has a bearing on high blood pressure. It's the same with mental illness. So for me, it should be treated like any other medical condition, and it shouldn't be singled out. And it's like telling a depressed person to cheer up and snap out of it. It's also like telling somebody with a broken leg to just walk it off, which is essentially what we do. The other idea is that teens with mental illness grow up to be violent and unpredictable adults. But actually, most people with mental illness are non-violent individuals, and actually, they've done studies that show that people with mental health concerns are actually more victims of violence than they are perpetrators of violence. Something like 10% are actually perpetrators, and 90% of them are actually victims of violence. And that mental illness is caused by bad parenting. Actually, there are a multiplicity, or there's a mixture of both biological and environmental illness. So it's not just bad parenting. So the idea that adolescents with mental health issues taking medication is unnecessary, while lifestyle changes and therapy can help, there are some mental health conditions that need medication, and I often say to because one, an adolescent would have to wait for somebody to bring them. Like our clients never come on their own. It's very seldom that they come on their own. They usually have to wait for somebody to bring them or somebody to notice that they're having is. It basically is an illness that affects your body, your mood, and your thoughts. It can influence the way you eat, sleep, and even your energy levels. It impacts the way you feel about yourself, how you think about the world, what you think of yourself. You know, it is normal for an individual to occasionally feel blue or sad, but not everybody who feels sad or blue is necessarily depressed. But when it starts to impact on your functioning, so with the youth, it's about your academic performance at school, you know. And these feelings will linger and they begin to interfere with daily life. Like I often hear parents saying, you know, they used to play sport, they don't play sports anymore, they want to be in a dark room on their own, they don't want to eat supper with the family, and this has been going on for a while. And oftentimes, you know, I've had youth say to me, you know, depression feels like you're drowning, but if, you know, only except you can see everyone around you breathing, but you are drowning. And some of them described it as hard to get out of bed in the morning. I just want to hide under the covers and not talk to anyone. I didn't feel much like eating, and I lost a lot of weight. Others have described it as nothing seemed like fun anymore. I was tired all the time. I wasn't sleeping well at night, but I knew I had to keep going because I had to achieve good marks and keep my parents happy. It just felt so impossible, like nothing was going to change or get better. I mean, again, you know, depression it's quite complex. It's got multifactorial, you know, causes. But the one thing that we do know is that if there's a family history of depression and you have exposure to stressful life events, it definitely increases your risk for depression, for the genetic factors, your brain chemistry, hormones. And you know the effects of early childhood trauma. This causes changes in the brain that makes the person more susceptible to depression. And there's also been a huge focus on trauma and sort of having to deal with trauma because it definitely changes your biology and definitely makes you more susceptible. And some of the other risk factors are like bereavement. I mean, with COVID, we've seen even grief, the way we grieve, all of that has changed. And when there's separations and conflict or neglect, where there's peer conflict, because remember for a young person, you know, your peers are very important to you. And adolescent romantic relationships, you know, that can be a risk factor. You know, as an adult, you look at it through an adult lens and say that they should just get over it. But these are important things in adolescent development. And then also just chronic stresses that affect relationships definitely have a greater impact than just an isolated acute event. And again, you know, the world of technology and the advances in technology, we've also found that there is, you know, increased internet usage, and so that has increased the rate of depression, particularly in young females, about tenfold. You know, in terms of diagnosing depression for young people, it's very important, you know, to visit a doctor or mental health professional and to rule out that there isn't other things going on, like other medical conditions, like is your thyroid okay, is your iron levels okay, or your vitamin levels okay, because those can also impact. And you know, you should look at what are the symptoms that this particular person is presenting with, and then also, you know, treatment with either therapy or even medication needs to be assessed because we don't want to, you know, oftentimes parents say, no, but maybe just therapy, maybe not medication. Sometimes you need one, but oftentimes you need both therapy and medication. Just to talk a little bit about anxiety, which is another common mental health concern in young people, but it's often very missed. It's missed because anxiety is very internal, so I could look very cool, calm, and collected on the outside, but actually just be paddling profusely just underneath the surface. So it is a normal emotion, and it's the brain's way of reacting to stress and alerting you to potential danger ahead. And occasional anxiety is okay, and oftentimes anxiety assists us in functioning, but if the anxiety becomes constant, it becomes overwhelming, that's when we often need to do something about it. Like if there's excessive worry that might result in the refusal to go to school at times and family get-togethers, and even anxiety actually may be more than. And an anxiety disorder then is when the anxiety, it's a condition that then causes you to feel extremely worried or nervous. And sometimes, I often have, again, clients come in where the anxiety is missed, but if you ask somebody one-on-one, what is it that you worry about? They might not call it anxiety, but it's worry. And this worry is difficult to control, it's excessive, and then it leads to other things. And the feelings then become so strong that they can cause problems with your daily activity. And a big red flag is sleep. And it can also be triggered by something that you fear or that something may happen without a cause. You may feel anxious only at certain times, such as before you give a presentation at school, but it can also become a long-term condition if it's not managed or treated. In the children, the other significant thing is that a lot of the time, anxiety or worry presents as a stomach ache, it presents as a headache, it presents as irritability, it even presents as attention and concentration problems at school. And some of the things that increase the risk for anxiety could be stress at home, at school, at work, or in relationships. And I also often sort of realize that, parents go through stuff. And you think about it as an adult when you go through stuff the way you feel. But oftentimes we feel like children or adolescents, they're in the same environment as us. They are actually witnessing the same stress as us. But we don't seem to make the connection that they too may be going through stuff as a result of what's happening in our environment. Also certain medications or health conditions can increase the risk for anxiety, not feeling accepted for the way you look, think, or act, the use of caffeine or nicotine products, also just changes in your body and emotions from puberty. Remember, I said the adolescent brain is a different brain. It's a brain that uses different parts of the brain to make decisions. And just these changes can be overwhelming, and even just drug or alcohol abuse. And what are some of these signs and symptoms of anxiety? It's oftentimes thoughts about safety or about the safety of a parent. That's often one of the biggest things, where a young person will sort of feel like they have concerns about, the death, the dying, or something bad happening to parents. They might not always verbalize it, but it's there in the background, and that often leads to increased anxiety, or not wanting to interact with others in a group, or feeling too nervous to go to an event, stomach pains, headaches, or pains in arms or back, which is chronic generalized pain, flushed skin or sweating, shyness or problems talking to people you don't know, muscle tightness, cramping, trembling, shaking or feeling restless or irritable, problems focusing, trouble sleeping or nightmares, feeling jumpy, easily startled or dizzy, or even just a rapid heartbeat or shortness of breath. And these are also just some of the signs or symptoms of a panic attack, where you may get a shortness of breath or racing heart and nausea, trembling, numbness or tingling, a dry mouth, just a feeling of a loss of control, and some of these other things that may be present. And oftentimes, they feel like they're having some physical complaint, and we concentrate on the physical. And I often say, it's so easy as a parent, even myself, to go and take your kid to the doctor for a tummy ache or headache seems sometimes more acceptable than actually the idea that maybe my child has anxiety. And then another big thing is, self-harm and suicide. And this has actually become a major health problem in adolescents, and the rates of self-harm are extremely high. Suicide, like I said, is the second leading cause of death. And some of the contributors to suicide, for example, is a genetic vulnerability, psychiatric or even psychological illnesses, familial, social, and cultural factors. And the effect of media are also important, and with the internet, this has increased significantly the rates of both self-harm and suicide. And just to talk about what self-harm is, a lot of the time, even young people themselves, self-harm is often seen as attention seeking, or, they don't really have a reason to do this. But if we can actually look at self-harm, it's an act of deliberately inflicting pain or damage to one's own body. But when I see self-harm, or when I hear self-harm, for me, that is an expression of distress. The next question I ask myself is, what is this young person distressed about? In self-harm, most often refers to cutting, burning, scratching, and other forms of external injury. And the idea is that it's this external injury that allows for pain to be felt because the pain that is experienced internally is distressing and there's a numbness associated with this pain. So if I cut or burn, then I'm able to feel something. And individuals who self-injure may feel that doing so helps release the pent-up feelings of either anxiety or anger or sadness. And it's a way of coping with how they feel or a way of trying to express how they feel or change how they feel. And obviously this helps in the short term. So it will bring short-term relief. But it is a maladaptive way of dealing with anxiety or stress or anger. But the evidence does that find that over time, these raw emotions, along with the additional feelings of guilt and shame, will actually continue to be present and may even get worse. So in addition, self-harm can be dangerous in itself, even if the individual has no wish to cause themselves significant or long-lasting damage. So we have to separate self-harm from suicide. They're not necessarily the same thing, because the underlying drive is different. With suicide, it's the intention there, you want to die, you want to kill yourself. Whereas in self-harm, it's about expressing the distress. I cut because I want to feel something. And just a few things that people often say, that cutting doesn't mean I'm looking for attention, it just means I'm hurting really bad. And she cuts herself never too deep, never enough to die, but enough to feel the pain, and it's enough to feel the scream inside. And just in conclusion, for me, mental health for young people is actually at a crisis point. We don't have enough facilities, we don't have enough places for young people to go, but there's also so much stigma surrounding young people and mental health. But for me, the reality is that young people are dying, and not all wounds are visible. And really, for me, it's the challenge to start where you are, and let's start having the conversations around mental health, and let's start creating safe spaces to engage around mental health. Because mental health is not a destination, but it's actually a process. And it's not about how you drive, it's about how you drive, not where you're going. And that for me is a wrap.
Wow.
We can take some questions.
I think we need to take a break before we take questions. That was a lot of information. And, I always say to people, sometimes people say, don't be rude or don't be ugly to someone. And I'll be like, well, if I'm describing the things you're doing, and the things you're doing are ugly or rude, it's not me, it's you. And I think in this session, you're not saying, you're not making it heavy, you're describing very heavy things that are happening every day to children on a daily basis, directly affecting their lives. And I think for me, the reason why I'm like, wow, I need to take a breath is because I'm imagining myself being in a situation where it's hard to express what I'm feeling, but outside of expressing it, it's hard for other people to even be there to support me because my adolescent brain cannot fully articulate what's going on, especially when it goes to the other side of the spectrum when our self-harm is being involved. It's really, I don't even know how to explain the fact that I cannot articulate what I'm feeling right now. I can only imagine someone in that position in their teenage years, going through that. As you said, at the age of 14, that's when the signs and signals sort of manifest and show themselves. Doctor, I think what I wanted to ask, I'd actually made notes as we were going, is we spoke about the different types of depressions, and I think the one thing that stood out for me was the anxiety, being worried about a parent and being worried about something bad happening. When it comes to this pandemic that we're all living in, and the mental health of a young child or a teenager who's seeing maybe their parent being at the front line, they're a doctor, they're a nurse, and they're interfacing with COVID at a more personal level, how do we mitigate that? How do we alleviate that mental pressure, that stress and anxiety for a teenager?
I mean, teenage children and adolescents have really struggled now, particularly with COVID. You know, the lockdown, I think that we are going to see the mental health effect long after the virus has been eradicated. I think we're going to see the mental health effect on children and adolescents. You know, it's about how do we manage, and definitely the rates of anxiety have increased. Like our waiting times now for appointments has increased, that it has tripled, you know, as a result of the pandemic. But there are things, you know, that we can do. Firstly, it's about recognizing, because again, we don't think children and anxiety, you know, we see behaviors again, theirs look very different to ours. So we see, ooh, there's a behavior problem or the mood. So it's about one, identifying what it is. And then it's about what are some of the practical things that I can do in my environment. For example, with a child and adolescent, I can teach them to limit the amount of information that they are exposed to and to filter. So not everything coming. So it's not necessary to have the TV blaring in the background, constantly showing the COVID-19 stats on a daily basis, for example, because that definitely increases anxiety. So even just limit and filter conversation in the house. I mean, you know, just yesterday, a family friend was saying, you know, they really struggled, they didn't realize how much COVID had impacted their kid until the kid had to go for a COVID test. And then she realized how much anxiety, because, you know, conversation is just free in the house. There have been people in the family that have been affected with COVID. There have been people who died as a result of COVID. And all of these things are being absorbed by whoever's in the environment, like you as an adult are absorbing them, the child is also absorbing them. And also this idea of what is your influence of control? Because there are things that I can control and there are things that I cannot control. So I need to decide what are those things that I can control. Like for example, I cannot control COVID at the moment, but I can control my response. And also just giving children information, being able to sit down and talk to them. That often helps to alleviate anxiety, because anxiety is about the unknown. And again, I'm in my corner with my thoughts, they're in their corner with their thoughts. And you know, sometimes you're not actually aware of how much you know there is surrounding the thinking about them until you actually sit down and talk about it. So it's about just talking about things and answering their questions that they may have. Because a lot of the time, again, as parents, you know, we consider children's concerns like, what do you have to be anxious about? You know, I've witnessed my parents having COVID. My thought was, what if they die? You know, that's what I'm anxious about. That's what I'm worried about. And, you know, to say to a kid, but, you know, don't worry about that, that doesn't really address the worries. It's about having these conversations also.
With the previous speaker, we had Tiger Terry on, and we were speaking about the elements of emotional intelligence and empathy. And I'm sure Steve would agree with me here, when we look at the vast majority of South African homes, that level of empathy does not exist.
Yeah.
We don't have a culture, we say it, we speak about Ubuntu and we talk about it, but a lot of the times when we speak about Ubuntu, we talk about economic opportunities and we're talking about very abstract, pie in the sky, you know, things. But when it comes to the practical day-to-day, we don't have the conversation about the parent being considerate about the child's fears. We don't talk about the external factors and how a parent can actually go and manage that. How do we then, you know, get into the homes and how do we influence parents? Because a lot of the times, like we mentioned, these are homes that already have issues above and beyond COVID.
Yeah.
You have a single parent who's offloading the issues of maybe maintenance not being paid, offloading that to the child who's now carrying on the stress. We have maybe a situation where there aren't any funds, even when there are two parents. Now you're stressing about whether you're going to have, you know, school shoes that are the right size for you when you're going to school or lunch, or, you know, will there be money for electricity to do your homework tonight? So we live in a country that was already in itself very highly stressful. How do we then, you know, mitigate this, looking at the global pandemic and looking at how we generally deal with on a day-to-day?
I mean, I quote some of our previous discussion on emotional intelligence. And I definitely think that's something that needs to start to be written into our curriculum at school, because I think that will take us a long way. It's not just about IQ anymore, it's about EQ, because we realize that IQ, for example, doesn't necessarily help you, succeed in the marketplace, for example. So it starts again with creating awareness and education, 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 education. Because again, if I don't know what it looks like, how do I deal with it? So, for example, in our unit, we never just see a child in isolation. Parents need to be seen, but even after we've seen the child and made a plan for the child, parents we insist upon what we call parental counseling. So, it's a program that we call STIC, it's a 6-week program where we teach parents how to parent, because I think we often sort of this belief that parenting comes naturally, but actually we then we teach parents how to, what to do, how to manage, but also how to identify. So I think a lot of the time the problem is because we don't know what it is we are dealing with, and that's where the problem comes in. That's where the concern is, that we don't know, and so it's about education and just creating awareness about this is what it is. And we find that there's such a shift when we intervene on the level of the child, but we also intervene on the level of the parents, and we intervene on the level of the family. And the surprising thing is that it's not rocket science. Sometimes I actually feel like, sure, this is not rocket science. Maybe they're actually not going to be receptive of some of these things because they're just practical things that can be done. But it definitely is about education.
No, you're absolutely correct. I don't know if I can read this question.
Yeah, you can.
There's a question from Natasha, and she's saying, when we talk about peer-to-peer pressure, I'd like us to just speak about cyberbullying. You mentioned increased online activity, especially during COVID. How do parents handle that, especially parents that do not use technology?
Yeah. Very good question.
So how do we manage?
How do we handle? She was talking about peer-to-peer pressure, and how do you handle cyberbullying and peer-to-peer pressure? You mentioned an increased use of technology. How do parents handle cyberbullying, especially when they do not use technology? So, for instance, a child who's a gamer who's online and gets into faces online bullying there, or on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and the parent is not, for various reasons, it could be a lack of education or just a lack of understanding of how social media platforms work. How do parents get to understand their children at that level? When children explain that so-and-so didn't like me or unfriended me on Facebook, how does a parent interact with their child at that level if they are not people that use social media or technology in that manner?
I don't think that you need to use necessarily platforms in order to be familiar with them. I always say now, in the age of technology, information is available at our fingertips. So I do think that as parents, we do have a responsibility to ensure that our children's spaces are safe. So for example, you might not use the platform, but you can put all the security measures in, because chances are you bought the device is on your name. You can then put safety features on, like for example, websites that can be blocked, that your children cannot access. You can limit the amount of time that they spend on these platforms, where you have a social media free zone or times. And so I think it's very important that as parents that we begin to put in these boundaries, that this is what the boundaries, this is what we stand here, these are the places you can go, these are the places that you cannot go. Like for example, my kids, they use the internet, but the time on the internet is limited, for example. Number two, they cannot download a game that has an age restriction that is more than their age, for example. And if they try to, I have protection that is put in place where I protect them. So even if they try to do it in my absence, they cannot do that. So we can actually put in these parameters. So parameters of what we would consider acceptable as the parent or as the family and the discussion. Obviously, it is more difficult to enforce when everybody is doing it and all we are allowed to put these safety mechanisms in place to protect our children. Again, remember the adolescent brain is making decisions from a different part of their brain. So as adults, we are allowed to assist them in their decision-making processes. And a lot of the time I find that, there's this fear that we don't want to, because we don't want to impose boundaries or disciplines because what if this or what if that. And I think it's about parents actually being proactive in creating these safe spaces. It cannot be abdicated to others. As parents, we need to put in those safety measures, whether or not we are on platforms or not, the information is available.
I don't know if you
Yes, I just wanted to find out with families that don't have both parents, and you find that it's only siblings, and one of the siblings is facing mental breakdown, and they are in their same age. How do they go about, how do they make sure that they help their sibling in terms of making sure that their mental illness is being attended? Because of in our local communities, we hardly notice stuff. We just say he's crazy or she's crazy or they are starting to smoke drugs and everything. We just turn our eye and look, the other way. Because we find that in a lot of households in our communities, find that there's no parents and it's only siblings that stay to each other, and you hardly find that they assist each other, So how do they get help? Or is it who they call? Or is there any institution where they can submit that person? Because you find that maybe most of the time you have to pay mental institution to assist. But is there any free institution that people can, utilize to make sure that they assist their siblings?
We have a really amazing resource with the South African Depression and Anxiety Group, which have 3 hotline numbers. They have help that's available. They have counselors on hand 24 hours a day. So that is a completely free resource. The other thing is that the age of consent in South Africa for children, it actually was advised because of the appreciation that in South Africa with HIV, there's a lot of child in the household. So the age for consent or age where you can independently seek medical treatment is now 12 years of age. So as a 12-year-old could take yourself to a clinic if you thought that there was a problem or you had a concern and you wanted to seek help, you could go on your own. Also, most of the local clinics within the community have mental health services, which would be a way of introduction into the system, and they could then refer you on to units where there are child and adolescent mental health clinics, and all the major hospitals would have child and adolescent mental health clinics. So help can be accessed. It may, oftentimes, people say that there's waiting lists. So for me, it would be like, get your name on the waiting list, because those lists, they do move, and that would be making a start. Obviously, if this is urgent, you could actually present to, centers, the bigger referral hospitals or centers, where you could access it. There's always a psychiatrist on the call, there's always psychology available. It would just be about accessing. And a lot of the time, the challenge is that people sort of don't realize that actually you can access mental health care services. It might take a bit of time because there are shortages, but they can really be accessed. But as I say, South African Depression and Anxiety Group said is an amazing resource, and they often assist in pointing you in the right direction, dealing with the system. And as I said, they have a free 24-hour.
We've got some comments here. They're not questions, but actually comments. We've got Blessing who's saying it's particularly sad. It's a particularly sad fact that little kids can actually commit suicide. It's just heartbreaking. And then we've got Bulolo and Mafuri Zolo saying thanks to Dr. Bosa for the insightful presentation. And then we've got another comment here saying comparing the brain to the comparison of the brain being like any other organ and being susceptible to pressure or deficiency or pain is an excellent example to make people understand this can happen to anyone and everyone. I think the way that you said it is so beautiful. As Ted said, in communities, normally people say, oh, what's that? Or we'll like making it seem like it's either you're kind of seeking attention, or this is something that's self-imposed that comes from either drug abuse or drug usage. And in most instances, you actually find that these children are not doing anything untoward. They're not taking any substances, they're not abusing anything. It is exactly that. It's a mental disorder, mental illness that nobody is further investigating. I like the example that you use, and actually think that we might actually put something down. Our team also work on some kind of graphics to show that similarity or show that relationship in the body, to say the heart, the liver, a lung, a brain is an organ, and all of these organs are susceptible to illness. And I think once we start changing the narrative on how mental illnesses come about, the same way you don't, it might be a lifestyle thing, or you might be born, it might be hereditary. I think it's to point that out, because it is normal, so to say, for this to happen. It happens. The question is, what are you doing to mitigate that risk? Like you said, with diabetes or heart-based illnesses or ailments, we show that we change our diet, or we do things a certain way. We need to start doing that in our everyday lives. Dr. Kosa, for me, and I think even just from the audience's response here and the message that I'm getting, I get a great presentation, great job. I think the people have spoken. This was really insightful information. I don't know if my colleague has anything else to say. You could leave us with a few parting words after he says something.
Yeah, I think you've shared an insightful information, and our communities depend on us to share such information, and such platform like the Digital Youth Month Expo is here to expose and share knowledge about issues that we face on a day-to-day basis in our communities. I'm grateful that you are part of our team that is, sharing the information and content, and please share more, and so that people can also understand or follow you, so that if there's any issues or challenges that they are facing, they are able to contact you directly.
This is such important information. I actually wish more parents had access to this. What we will be doing is we'll be sharing this on different links to different people. This will be available throughout the week and for the month. We do have another event that's going to be coming up in 2 months' time related to you, where this information will also be shared. And I'm sure that we'll be engaging with you some more, Dr. Kota, because we really needed this. Just the way that you present it, you present such a human-based approach. And like I said, I think the multidisciplinary way that you approach mental illness is actually, I think, what will bridge the gap between people who don't know, people who have misconceptions. So we do thank you so much. We leave the floor to you just to give us a few parting words, and then we will close our session.
Thank you guys for the opportunity. It really is it's a privilege for me to speak. But for me, maybe just as a parting, would be let's start having the conversation. Let's start having these uncomfortable, difficult conversations regarding mental health. So, because like I said in the very beginning, there is no health without mental health, and it definitely is the next pandemic. And so let us begin to have these conversations. So let's start the conversation.
Let's start the conversation. Thank you so much, Dr. Alicia Porter. That is one of our experts on mental health. She is a phenomenal woman who, as her husband says, does this as a passion.
She's not a doctor by profession, she's a doctor by passion. We need more people like you. Thank you so much for joining us today, for closing today's session on mental health. Thank you, and we will see you on another session.
Bye.
Welcome back to Digital Youth Month Online. My name is Zaniwe Ntatisi Asari, and I've got some exciting lineups for you today. So just to recap what we did today, some very interesting stuff. We spoke about emotional intelligence with Tiger Tegre. He really broke down what we're facing as a country when it comes to how people show empathy, the fact that it actually is lacking. We spoke about development of children, teaching people to have a work-life balance, and we also went on to speak about the relationships that children or young people, adolescents, or even children themselves have with their parents, their caregivers, and being able to maneuver that in a manner that is progressive, but also in a way that assists them to maneuver life as adults. Then we spoke to Dr. Alicia Porter, who was a magnificent source of information when it comes to mental health. We spoke about the different types of mental health issues that teenagers face. We spoke about the different circumstances, and we also spoke about the stigma around there, where people will talk about mental health as if it's something that does not affect babies, infants, children, and young people. We unpacked how we can be better as a society. We also spoke about effectively how we can mitigate the risks there. She spoke about some of the new studies and science around that's been created, really looking at maternal health and how that directly impacts the fetus. She also highlighted the 1,000 days of a person's life, meaning from the time that you're conceived, whilst you're in utero, whilst you're a fetus, all the way to being born, to the days after that 9-month gestation, that 9-month period. We really understood where, sort of where wrong as a society, where we're misdiagnosing where this comes from, so not getting to the root cause. But today, what I'm going to, we're getting some responses from people already, getting excited about the next speaker. What I'm going to do now is, let's just do this. I just want to tell everybody online what is happening. And then we are going to jump into the next. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to speak about the automotive industry. Okay, I've just sent this to our viewers online and my social media page. We're speaking to Tupulelo. Tupulelo, can you hear me?
Great, good day.
Hi, how are you? Tupulelo, can you hear me? So online I've got Tupulelo Masheko. She'll be joining us in this
I'm already set, thank you.
That's great, that's fantastic. I'm well, thank you. I'm very keen to hear what you're going to tell us today. The automotive industry in South Africa. Maybe what I'll do is I can just allow you to just briefly introduce yourself and get the viewers to know who exactly you are, what you'll be talking about today.
Okay, all right. I'm Mashiko, and again, I'm the awarding automotive youth empowerment program. However, today, since we're going to be having different stories where we're going to be dealing with step-by-step factors and other issues that affect SMEs in the automotive industry. Today we're just going to be doing an overview.
That's fantastic, fantastic. Thank you so much.
Of the automotive industry.
So for those that don't understand, what is the automotive industry? What is that? Just the layman's terms, can you break that down for us? What does that mean?
Okay. The automotive industry, or rather the motor industry, is an industry that is going to do, it's broad basically. It's car manufacturing, then it has got auto treatment, and it has got panel rating, and it has got spray painting. The automotive industry deals with the automotive manufacturing of cars, bikes, and all of that. So it is basically the assembly and reassembly of cars.
Nice, nice.
So in South Africa, what would you say, that industry, how many jobs does it create? How many, vehicles do we manufacture, since it, deals with manufacturing of motor vehicles?
South Africa, in the longest time, has been able, has been a leading car manufacturer in the continent. I'm talking about since the 1920s, and only in 1995, it was the automotive industry in South Africa, where we had a number of brands, your BMW, which caters about 5,000 individuals in South Africa, and they also have a new roasting plant in Pretoria, in Gauteng. And we also have Volkswagen, which has a factory in Eastern Cape and has been there since the 1950s, which employs about 6,000 people and produces 120,000 vehicles a year. And of which of the 120,000, 40,000 are exported to other African countries. So Volkswagen becomes that holds a market share of approximately 22.1% in South Africa. So, which goes to show to say that the automotive industry holds the biggest GDP in the economic sector. However, we're not exploiting that as black entrepreneurs. We're not exploiting that as black SMEs. The reason being that we are failing to be compliant, we are failing to go into the industry and go through the fire of being compliant and being able to participate in that in the sector that by so far has proven to be recession-proof, especially in the heart of the global pandemic.
Let me ask you this: what does going through the fire mean? So, just generally speaking, I know a lot of the times people's businesses don't measure up or even go past the threshold when it comes to compliance from a tax or a SARS perspective, so they don't have those papers in order, they don't register their businesses sometimes, so they can't even get that right. What exactly are the nitty-gritty? Let's say granular, how do you get into this industry? Outside of the, you can mention the general business requirements, but how does one get into this industry? How do SMEs and black people, how do we capitalize on the knowledge, or rather on this functioning industry and participate? I don't know if you heard me there. Just says, so how do we participate? How do we get into this industry? What are the fires or the loopholes that we need to go through or pass, or the barriers that we need to sort of like go past? What is it that we need to do? How do we get into the industry? What does that look like? Okay, so I think Philip is not, she might be sorting out her audio, but I think those are really interesting facts, and that were thrown there. It seems like the industry has been long running, very sustainable over the years, and creating jobs for people. So outside of actually just the manufacturing of cars, when we look at the human element, we're creating jobs. One of the questions that I think we should get into with Tupilolo is, how do we, ensure that young people are the ones who are getting into these jobs, and what does the value chain look like? She mentioned manufacturing entails, spray painting, panel beating, attaching different segments and parts of the cars, and I'm sure even manufacturing specific parts. I think it would be very interesting to understand, how do we monetize that? We want the money, and how do we get in, and how do we participate in a way that, one, we create jobs for others, but also create wealth, generate wealth for young people in our country. I'm not sure if you've got Tupilolo online. Tupilolo, can you hear us? Okay, no, it seems like we've slightly lost Tupilolo. Let's wait for her. Let's just see if we've got any questions. Okay, we just...
Hello?
Hi, Tupilolo. Okay, if you can hear us now.
I'm back.
That's amazing, thank you. No, welcome back. We're happy to have you.
Thank you. The connectivity.
Oh no.
But anyway.
We're back now, that's what counts.
Yeah. I did hear your question, by the way, so I just wanted to touch base on to say that before you can go for the questions from young people is that the main reason that we started the Mapuso Auto Youth Empowerment Program was to basically start with a vocational training by having a fitness center and start filtering and getting young people to come and work as trainees in the center. Why is that? It's because we need to integrate it with education. That is where we need to come in. Then we have those of you who've been in the industry for they've been mechanics, they've been doing this for the longest time, but they don't know how to align it into training and getting proper documentation for them to be recognized into the industry. It's a very sensitive industry where you need to be accredited for you to be able to work on cars. And most of the time people get uncomfortable in people who are not re-accredited to work on their cars. Because now we're tapping into a market where how many people around the townships have got vehicles that are insured and other warranties and wouldn't even dare going to the mechanic around the corner?
Yeah.
It's because the minute they start working on the car, it's a time for warranty and insurance.
Absolutely.
So we're coming in to say we need to know how to start now. Getting these mechanics, getting these small businesses, get accredited, get the proper accreditation, get these young people at checks and make sure that at the time that you come and put them in perspective in this industry, you mentor them, you get the features involved. And by the way, as a skills development facilitator, I facilitate the sources for young people to be able to get accredited with relevant features for them to be able to get employment, for them to be able to start their own businesses. It doesn't matter which sector. So that now, those are the kind of things that we need to address as SMEs and as people who've got the technical know-how as to which industries require you to get proper accreditation. But then I'm really worried about the fact that this is an industry that is recession-proof anyway. It has been proven. It's business as usual. Whether we're in the midst of a pandemic, whether anything happens, people will forever be using vehicles and vehicles will forever be manufactured.
I think one of the things, maybe let's do this, what's the value chain of the automotive industry? So you said that we manufacture. I'd like us to talk about the opportunities in post-sales for cars. Is there also work and job opportunities there? So you spoke about panel beaters and you spoke about accreditation. Now in terms of this post-sales, how many cars are being produced and bought compared to how many cars are being sold second-hand or pre-owned or used? Do you have the numbers around there?
Let's. Okay. All right. The information basically that we got is from Inatus.
Yes.
Inatus is our reference point for most of our research and basically on. We've got about 1,895 vehicles that are being bought daily. Daily. We've got daily.
Wow.
I'm saying that for the South Africa alone. But then those are the brand new cars. But then, however, let's speak about the aftermarket sales. Because that is where we come in, that is where we tap in. Where we say that, okay, fine, the car has been bought, the vehicle has been bought. Now, they're paying for small businesses. Because right now, if I were to touch on the big chain of big businesses, I would be speaking about something else. But then I am at the level of saying, okay, but it's the market, it's the aftermarket sale. The thing that we can have for auto or fitness centers, whether in the townships or in the rural areas, what would be the basis? Approximately, according to our calculations that we said, it goes that 20% of the people that are in the townships are taking their cars out for them to be able to be fixed or to be fitted with whatever companies that they would need. So how much money is going out in the townships?
And
the program and the big...
Please go ahead. I just want to ask you a question after that. So the question here is, in terms of the services that are currently available in the townships, as you mentioned, meaning the numbers are in the township, what would you say the ratio there is? People are leaving the township to get their cars fixed. Is it because there are no workshops there, or is it because they are workshops but they're not accredited, as you say? Because if we think about it, there's an insurance implication as well. Even if you don't have an insurer, there's a level of safety that a person feels and also a level of comfort that a person has when someone has fixed their car and that person has accreditation. But we also have that insurance element where insurer will say, well, if it's not accredited, we will not insure your car for anything because the damage that they created there could be, of a measure that we can't, of a matter that we cannot measure. So my question is, are there workshops in the township currently? And if they are they accredited workshops, or is the problem none of the above? Is there, I want to understand what opportunity do we have to create business that is automated workshop related in the township? Are there opportunities? What is the competition looking like there? What's happening on the ground?
Yeah. So far, we've got 3 in Soweto in the township. We've got about 3 SMEs, 30 businesses that have been accredited. And the first one is King Auto Spares. It's in Mabeka, and it has been operational since the previous year. In the midst of the pandemic, they started opening shop. And then we've got Leguana Exclusive Motors, and that one does custom cars and does fabricating as well, spray painting and panel beating. And then we've got Bosch. Bosch is in Deep Cloth in Zone 6 at the Youth Empowerment Center somewhere up there. So there's absolutely no competition for that type of business. And why there isn't any competition is about the stringent measures that have been put in place in making sure that you get an automotive auto space shop. You need to be accredited. You need to be accredited with the AA. Now, these 3 businesses that I'm talking about, they've been accredited. And the accreditation is not necessarily that effective. You just need to have access to capital and access to facilities that are going to ensure that you are properly accredited to work on other people's cars. So you can be able to attract the market that is currently going out of the township and to go and get their cars fixed in the barracks or in town or wherever because of the accreditation. So what we are facing right now is to say that we need to start actively want to be accredited properly for us to be able to run the businesses. It boils down to compliance. Compliance is key for any business to be able to thrive. Compliance is key. Never want financial support or resources all the time. Even financial support to be able to kickstart the business is still necessary and you can still be able to take the business elsewhere. But however, in the automotive industry, it's the compliance part of it has been proven, and most entrepreneurs will about continuing with the business because of the requirements that are required for you to be able to be accredited. Now, we're coming back to an issue of being previously disadvantaged. That one is we cannot run away from. We've got a lot of HTIs in the country, and especially in the townships, and we need technical know and the awareness that is to spread out to say that it's a business that is easy to start. It's a business that just only requires one to be really driven into doing it. Hence, on Thursday, we'll be having a speaker who's going to be, it's NK Auto Repairs. It's a young woman who has started an auto repair center, who's going to be visiting all the experiences and how has it been challenging to do in this industry, but how it has been to do it as well. So that is one of the people that I'm working with currently to make sure that we establish more auto space in the township, but mostly get them accredited and compliant so that they can be able to attract the market that they desire.
That's amazing. That's such a, I'm so excited to speak to her and to hear exactly what it is that she's doing. And I mean, if we think about the automotive or any type of vehicle-based industry, we generally think men, we think in the country that they live in a white male. So it's so refreshing to hear this. But just to go back, I mean, I'm thinking about the numbers here. And I'm thinking about, like you said, SMEs and tapping into that opportunity. So we've got about 2 million people in Soweto. 2 million people, population of about 2 million. And then we look at Johannesburg, it's a population of about 6 million. Okay, so we have these people who 20% of that 2 million are now leaving Soweto to go and service their cars outside of that region, where in actual fact there's such a massive population there. In terms of the program, the feeder programs that you have,
the skills that you do, when you impart these skills on these young people, do you put them back into like how do you place them? Are there placement plans that you have post that? How does it work?
Okay, fine. What we do is that for now, we are having those discussions with the College, which is the technical college, the technical college. Now, the technical college in this instance, there's a lot of students that are awaiting leadership opportunities and are awaiting to go for in-service training. So what we do with any of the auto repairs is that we absorb, they go on a rotational basis anyway, we absorb about 10 of those students and then into the program, so that we can be able to get that in-service training of emerging students. Then we facilitate funds from the CISA. In this regard, the relevant CISA is MERCISA. MERCISA is the one that pays stipends or other funds the entire in-service training for the students. Then thereafter, they are able to be placed in different dealerships for mechanics or whatever the business is started to us. And then the second part of the problem is that we started taking ladies from grade 11 to grade 12. What we do is that on having them to be part of our entire development system, we started it at the grade 12 phase, whereby we're going to do it in a more vocational level. In terms of that, it's going to be part of learning skills and essential learning type of skills, so that it, as part, it forms part of some sort of career guidance. Because the automotive industry, it's not an industry that most of the time you get people coming up and saying, hey, come and study towards this is the kind of support that we're getting. So we are now entrenching that system into the township system that we are operating in, because we intend to have our and then it's also to be operational by November in Mabeka. It's not really far from the fitness center. So our partners is going to be Sanamara, the secondary school. That is where we're going to start doing the essential skills to come from the learners from high school. But however, in terms of the college, we are already there and in advanced stages to the Mercisa to be able to give stipends and to support the program.
That's good. That's fantastic. I'm so happy to hear that. Now, you mentioned your kids in grade 11 and 12. My question now is, what type of skills do you need to have? Can anybody come? Do you need to have at least a school leaving grade 9? Can it be someone who's got no educational background whatsoever but is looking for an opportunity? What kind of people are you looking for this program? And what kind of people actually, who's the ideal candidate? And who do you say, you might need a bridging course, you might need extra skills that are imparted outside of this program? Who's your ideal candidate? I don't know if you heard that, Tilo. Do you want me to repeat that? Okay, that's fine. So I think the question here is really, how do we bridge that gap? Yes. If we're saying grade 11 and grade 12 students can be people who are part of this knowledge, who exactly else is the ideal candidate? Does it have to be somebody who at least has, a school leaving, so until grade 9? Can it be somebody with no educational background whatsoever? Who's our ideal candidate? Who can come? Who can, capitalize on this opportunity being given? Because it's an exceptional opportunity, especially like you said, it's a sustainable industry that has a proven record to have people who are participating from a purchasing perspective, so it creates money, it assists their GDP, but there's also what you call it? It's an industry that has proven that it works. It works. So who are we coming? Who are we looking for? Who's coming to us? Who do we say, here you are, we can give you the skill? Do you have to have an educational background?
Yes. Okay. For now, what we do in action phase or the developmental phase, we need to get as much support that came from other stakeholders, especially stakeholders that we feel that are going to be putting in that we feel that we're going to be putting in financial resources in terms of placing these young people, prospective clients, but also that those people who don't have any educational background whatsoever, but has been in the mechanic space, those that is from attack because it's a type of space that requires one to have passion. You know, in our life, we've got a conscious people that and one movement and that's correct. We want people that are kind of funny, you know. So you need to have a passion to use this finger. You need to have the passion to go underneath the car. You need to have that passion because if ever be done, and the Peter exercise is a program of people that really have the passion to be part of. But then now, we have those who be working on cars and the mechanics or whatever, but they don't have the educational background part of it. So we're saying that is our challenge to say that we can be able to put you into our occupation program with Mercita, whereby you're going to have to be able to compile the POE for you to be able to be accredited to be able to do the job. Now it's more of now a training type of a work training type of process to have you accredited to have a proper documentation to be able to be recognized in the system. So that is really.
And how long does this training or accreditation generally take? How long does
it normally takes about before COVID, it will take about 6 months. And right now, because now we need to be observing protocols and what likely take about a year, 6 months, because we need to go for training and do the modules, and then we need to be assessed, and we need to submit a POP. After submitting a portfolio of evidence, then we need to be assessed. Then after doing the assessment, then we need to be moderated. So it's a process on its own, because but the assessment on its own takes about a month or around 2 months. It depends on the number of candidates that they're going to be assessing at that time. But then the maximum time for you to be able to get a accreditation takes about really 6 months. That is too short compared to a 4-year degree.
Yes, it is. But I mean, it is. Let me ask you, so let's say we're going pre-COVID time. After that 6-month period, generally how long does it take for someone to be absorbed into the workspace, work environment, work stream? You know, how long does it take? I mean, it sounds like a very busy industry. How long does it generally take?
Is that you?
Yes, I can hear you. So I was asking, so after the 6-month period, how long does it typically take for someone to have a job, find a job post this training and accreditation?
It's normally in terms of reference, basically from because I had we normally engage quite often. They've already started with the business training whereby it's been accommodating young people from the college as well, and it took about them after doing the training with their neighbors. It took about 6 months. Of course, maybe they are also to get jobs by because it's very social by so it doesn't take long. Hence, I say this program becomes now an enabler for young people to be able to get recognized, to be able to get to be taken seriously and be able to be absorbed in the job market and really basically becoming part of the SFE that is compliant, that is accredited. So it doesn't take long. It takes about 6 months because when you do the leadership or executive training, and the leadership is accredited.
That's amazing. That's fantastic. I actually have a comment here on the Instagram page, and they say, I'll give it to you now. I just actually want to read it properly. So they say, this is from, oh, okay. It's quite a busy Instagram, clearly. It is from Homo Ahe. Perhaps this program should be advertised, the one that you're talking about, more on platforms, on billboards, local radios and flyers, and things should be done for young people to understand that this kind of information is available for them, for everyone. What is actually being done currently to spread the knowledge on these programs that you're doing, even just making people understand what the automotive industry is about, what is currently being done, and actually I'm even asking them to support to see what we can do to get the message out there.
Okay. Right now we are in collaboration with Daily Media and Contact Social Marketing. They are the ones who are currently assisting us to get our communication strategy up and running and making sure that the awareness gets to the necessary target audience. And we are at the stage where, as well, that we're looking for stakeholder participation, because without that, the program becomes one of those programs that they never apply on. And right now, we're at a stage where we are in this platform as well, and thank you very much for inviting us to your event. Was that of we wanted to start off at a stage where we say there's a program that's existing. We want young people, this platform, to be part of our awareness campaign to say that we are here. Should you need information as to how to become part of the program and how to get more information, our details, Oisha has been able to compile something for us through the Digital Youth Month emails and websites. So basically, it's basically that. Our details are shareable to whoever wants to know more about the program and what is it that we offer.
Certainly, so we'll definitely do our best to get that information out there. We'll be able to put a link that takes us directly to where it is, how people can sign up, and we'll dedicate a page specifically to let people know. And also, based on the research we do have, we're going to share it with some of the schools that are participating. We do have young children that should actually get information and understand what career paths are out there. Especially when we talk about developing industries in our townships, local economy, there will be no local economy if you don't have the skill sets within if we don't have a local skill set within our local communities. I mean, who is going to be working there if not us? And it's about keeping that money, that generation of money within, making sure that we circulate it. So I think it's exceptionally important what you're doing. I commend you. I love that initiative. I don't know if there's any questions. I just want to see here. I know there's comments. People are saying that this is amazing. It's a great. I just want to check the other platforms. Let's see. I'm going to just jump onto this other one. Let's see. Okay, so we see Natasha there. She's saying amazing work, loving what you guys are doing. Someone is saying we hope that you can add more content like this. That's it. Others are just saying great stuff, great work. So we can see that we've got an audience that's quite happy with what we're putting on. I think this is amazing. I'm actually looking forward to what's coming on Thursday. I'm looking forward to breaking this down. And I think if there's anybody who has got similar content who wants to also join in, I will definitely make sure that they get in contact with you. So I think there's so much power in collaboration. And that collaboration starts with someone having a similar idea and bringing this. So currently, do you guys have a website? Do you have anything that someone can jump on, get more information, put their details on?
Like I said, we're working on our exposure, on awareness.
Don't worry, we're here. We're actually, we know you've got a partner, but we're here and we're passionate about this and we see so much value in doing this. So we're also going to do our bit to support you in that regard, because this is an excellent initiative.
Thank you so much.
No, you're welcome. So thank you so much for being here with us. I just want to say, audience, thank you so much for being with us. Thank you for giving us a listen. And I hope that this information that you get, you can actually share it with a young person, share it with somebody from a community like Soweto, where there are so many people, that big population who do have the resources to spend, but are taking that money outside of that community, when in actual fact, we should be investing in local communities. And a lot of the times, as Tulolo said, it's not necessarily because people, as Max said, they don't want to use the local person who's doing fixing of the car or tires or whatever. It's because of a very realistic thing, irritation, guys. That thing is important. If you do not use an accredited vendor, your insurance will not pay for that. You might even lose your insurance because your insurer will have a list of vendors that will say, this vendor needs to have X, Y, Z specifications, and that's why programs like these are important. A lot of the times we talk about gatekeepers, we talk about not being able to jump into specific industries, but the truth here isn't even that. The truth is we are sometimes our own gatekeepers because you said it so well. We are not doing what it takes to do the hard work to be able to monetize the things that we put ourselves in. We want the quick, fast solution that doesn't have a long, sustainable journey for us. It doesn't allow us to be the go-to person. It doesn't allow us to scale our businesses and grow. So this program really is looking at a very long-standing, reliable industry that has been proven to make money, proven to keep people and to make jobs for people. And what we're saying is, let's have our SMEs and our Black people join. Let's do that, but let's do it the right way so that we're sustainable and we actually make money and create wealth for ourselves.
Absolutely, Steve. Absolutely. I'm grateful for this opportunity. I'm grateful to be today being on Digital Youth Month and being able to speak about solutions that are just there, things that we can be. How many young people that are idle, how many young people cannot be able to participate in programs by truly wanting instant gratification. There's no instant gratification in business. There's no instant gratification in life in anything. But then now, how do we then have a way to absorb these young people in the communities, these young people that have got their drive, who are willing to work, and put them absorb them in programs like this? Because at the end of the day, it's about what is it that is sustainable that you can do as a young person, not something that's going to be, we like what we say, extravagant. We want to be seen wearing heels, we want to be seen wearing suits, we want to be seen for us to be able to make a living. I'm from corporate. At some point I was in corporate, but then found that there's no way but to exchange my heels to boots and spenders and overall, so to be able to earn a living and to be able to impart the skills or rather even the knowledge to the young people that I know that they need. So as we've got a responsibility towards our young people, we've got a responsibility to be able to bring these opportunities to them, to bring these things into give them to the communities that we live in. Thank you, Zee.
I love that so much. I love that. And just to close off, guys, it's not always in the bougie clothes and extravagant living. A lot of the times the money's in the dirt. If we look at construction, we look at agriculture, we look at manufacturing, these are things where you get your hands dirty. But the money that comes from getting your hands dirty is just something else. So we need to really reconfigure how we see industries, reconfigure what we invest our time in, and also have a very open mind. There's different value chains within industries. There's different ways of getting involved, and there's different things that actually bring money that on the face of it doesn't look like it. And I'm so happy to put it that you're here to unpack what your industry looks like, also to demystify the fact that people do not see the longevity that comes with it and the money-making opportunity. Thank you so much for coming here, and thank you so much to the viewers for watching us and the questions. Thank you, Tulolo. I look forward to Thursday. Have a fantastic one, and we'll be back in 5 minutes.
welcome everybody. My name is Tim Sokagaza from YEM Online Education. Today I'll be tapping into a topic that is called digitalizing schools and digitalizing our communities. And I won't be presenting anything, and I'd love you as viewers to comment or start engaging me as I'm speaking about challenges that we face in schools, in our communities, and also our communities. Are we ready as a community to live in the fourth industrial revolution? Is our school a platform where young people can move into the digital world? And also are the careers that are within the space of curriculum or our education in our local places, making sure that it's shaping the mindset of our young people to start participating in the digital world. So I've got Dr. Rem that will be coming and joining me in this panel so that we can discuss issues that are affecting young people in schools and communities at large. So what I will start with, I'm not sure whether she's online already or probably, but yeah, let's keep on. So just to share, I'm one of the young people that has won an award under the Premier's Youth Excellence Awards in a pillar of education in 2019. So we started a company called YEM Online Education, where we were focusing on making sure that we bring digital solutions for high schools, primary schools, and crèches. In my early days of schooling, I can't even remember whether did I even touch anything that is technology. We grew up in an era where even a computer lab was so scarce. We had to go into extra classes like on Saturdays. That's when you would access a computer or from a friend's house, whom their families were of, type of setup. But now, in these days, we are exposed into technology, we are exposed into the digital world. But I'm scared for the next generation to say, with the curriculum that we have in schools, are we really preparing young people to participate in the digital world? Are they ready? Do they even have the equipment or resources that can equip them to make sure that they participate? And our teachers are one of people that I feel that they are being neglected and also not being trained enough when it comes to technology to be able to teach in schools when it comes to digital boards. And it's very, very sad that most of the schools in our communities don't even have their own website where you can search for best student of maths, for anything, for any sense, when it comes to schooling in our communities. So I'm trying to make sure that I don't leave anything, especially when it comes to, what can I say, technology. But yeah, I think my guest, Dr. M, she's ready and should be joining me in no time right now. Hopefully my technical team is. Hi, Dr. M. Hello, Dr. M. Are you there?
Hi, yes. How are you doing? How are you?
I'm fine in yourself.
I'm good, thank you. Sorry, was that Croatia?
Yes.
How are you, Croatia?
I'm fine, I'm supposed to be talking.
He's in the background, so he's in the technical side of things. So yeah, he's far away from me for now, but yeah, he's the one that you were talking to, and also making sure that we connect. So yeah, thank you for joining me in this panel discussion where we are looking into digitalizing schools and also is our community ready for the fourth industrial revolution, and is our youth or the curriculum in schools, shaping the young people to start participating in the digital world. That's what I've been sharing, and also shared what I've done previously. And just recently, last year, I was talking to you about the digital online e-library that we created as YEM Online Education. We're looking at rural areas. They have to take a walk to go into all of these places. But yeah, I've got other people that are there or joining me. It's Steve, it's Jomo, it's Cabello, and Ramila. Yeah, I'm not sure. So those are the 4 people also that are joining us in the panel discussion. Welcome, guys. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
All right. So, Dr. Ram, we did an Arduino course, I think it was 2017, if I'm not mistaken, or 2018, where we were training on Arduino, and I saw a lot of potential in terms of it can be introduced into schools, and I feel that coding is one of the necessity or one of the tools that each and every individual, whether you are into agriculture or whatever, you need to know basic coding.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is.
Just to share, can you?
Yes.
Yeah, you can share. You can go on.
Well, just in terms of digitalization of any space, whether it is a school or business or agricultural space, like you mentioned, if you are going the digital route, then coding is a very core infrastructural key to enable that process.
So, okay, let's start with our local schools. Kids were given tablets, teachers were given this digital board, whereby they were not trained, most of them. Through my research, and also when I did my research to say, where are these tablets now? Most of these young people sold the tablets. They didn't see any value within the tablet that were given to them, by the state to say, you need to bring it back next year for the next grade 12 that is coming in, or the grade 11 or the grade 10, So the security also part of things, to say giving young people without even tracking or giving them training to understand the device and also the respect of it, to say, I was given this device, I need to take care of it with my life, and I need to make sure that it doesn't, But yeah, please jump in to share more in terms of what you have on mind.
Well, I feel that that's a very important point, that without understanding the value of the technology, people will not know how to use it properly, and they won't be able to understand that the future value of that technology is worth more than what they would get if they had to sell it.
Yeah.
So that making that shift in a person's mind, changing that mentality of how this can empower you to make more money in the future. I mean, just in simple terms, right?
Yeah.
That the device can empower them to make more money. So it would be pointless to sell it now,
Yeah. So I guess also those are the elements that young people were not told, to say, this is your future. Once you sell this, you are selling your future, you are selling, someone else, Yeah.
Exactly. You are selling your future. And that's a very good way to, is someone taking notes and maybe, for future poster sessions, that line, you are selling your future, is very good.
Yeah.
No, thank you so much. Yeah, so with teachers not being able to teach utilizing these digital boards and not being trained, you know, and there's these young people who wants to be teachers in the future, you know, and how do we give a space? Because we find that, I'm not saying that we find older people at school, but how do we bring new teachers that will change the industry of teaching, you know, itself by making sure that even in their household, when they are sitting, there's a kid that don't have parents and they want to assist by a teacher, those teachers are able to attend those kids, you know. So I'm worried about the future of our kids, especially when it comes to um, the future of technology, because as a country we are in the fourth industrial revolution, everything is being digitalized, you know, but the schools is left behind, you know, the curriculum of the country is still, you know, behind in terms of making sure that young people are getting the knowledge and the skills that is necessary for them to participate in the digital world.
This is true, but you know, COVID actually contributed significantly to speeding up the acquisition of technology within the household, because kids had to study at home, they had to use laptops, they had to become familiar with learning in the house, in the place of home.
All right. Dr. Am I still there? Hello?
Yes.
Okay.
I think one of my have been unmuted and
Yeah. No, you can go forward.
yeah, just in terms of COVID actually assisting to make people more aware of how important technology plays such an important role. When you can't physically go to the classroom, you need technology.
Yeah.
And you know, that skill set of how to use a laptop, how to connect wirelessly, how to use the internet, those basic things are so necessary just to have to continue education during the pandemic times.
Yeah. You know, no, go on, sorry about that.
No, continue, sorry.
Right. So as YEM Online Education, these are the digital solutions that we've brought to the table, you know, to say, okay, we've created two solutions. We've created the first digital student ID, which is, we saw that a lot of people, let me just make an example about me. I can't find my grade 11, my grade 12 results. So I need to go back to the department to do all those things. But if I had a digital student ID, all my reports and all my content will be archived through my digital student ID. What I need to do is to go on, log in, retrieve whatever that I want to retrieve, and get it. And I don't have to go there. You know, I don't have to waste my money. I don't have to spend money in order for me to access my information. You know, so through the digital student ID, a lot of young people are going to benefit with accessing information without you going and queuing and having to ask somebody about, you know, how do I get to get my matric certificate? It was lost and everything, you know. And we also created, so we also created a digital platform that is called Exam Portal, where we are focusing on making sure that the government is starting to do exam using online platforms, you know, because of it will make things easier. It'll make things easier, capturing of data, information, and also results immediately be shared with the administrator of the exam portal. You know, you don't have to go and mark, and there's no mistakes when it comes to the technology behind our software that we have created. And computers don't lie when it comes to
marking. And also, we got like what can I say, a database that is sitting with our government and it's not even uploaded or stored somewhere, to say, right now I cannot find a student in my early days of high school to say who was best in maths, you cannot find that, because of all those information is not being archived or being uploaded on the internet for somebody to, to access. So one example, somebody can Google and say the best student in science and technology in Soweto. You cannot find. It will redirect you to private schools,
Yeah.
Yeah. So such issues.
Yes. So in terms of the digital student ID, how far are you with that?
We are done. Both systems are ready. We are just engaging different partners to make sure that we start enrolling these two projects, especially the exam portal and the digital student ID. But the exam portal is one of the key elements that we want to introduce as soon as yesterday, because of you'll find that maybe there's a kid that has COVID and they are quarantined. So they are able to write their exam using our system, which we added artificial intelligence in terms of saying 2 meters away. If somebody gets close to you, it's going to give you a countdown of 10 to say you need to tell that particular person to move away, because of it will disqualify you, as you are writing. So these are the things that we are looking at and making sure that our government, private schools, or anybody that owns a school can utilize our service or our exam portal.
So when you say you are done, do you have the prototype systems up and running, or how what does being done mean?
All right. So what we have done is that last week we hosted the African Internet Summit. So we had a school from Niger. So the teachers there were complaining about not accessing technology, digital solution that needs to be there. So what we did was that we're going to run a pilot project with that school regarding to exam portal and the digital exam. So both those projects are going to be a pilot at that school, which is Madolini, in Niger. So that's the school. And I was hoping that the teacher can join us. So, and also just to find out from the people that are there in our Zoom as guests, if you have any comment or any information you want to share, please feel free and you can share a comment or any question that you want to ask in regards to the topic. So just to move from the school to the community. So you find that most of the schools or teachers that when I did my research, they would say people in our communities are the ones that are breaking into the schools, stealing these resources, So it boils down to say, again, you are stealing the future of your daughter, you are stealing the future of your son, If you take all of this, what do you expect the school to run with? What equipment? Must they also reapply to the government to have those equipment? So how do we involve our community to be also our security in schools to make sure that things are not being stolen, things are not, Yeah. So, but I feel that involving parents, brothers, sisters to say, if you making sure that schools are protected, everything in there, it's going to benefit the next generation in your family, because of each and every time family produce somebody and they need to go to school.
So improving community awareness.
Yes, improving community awareness and also making sure that we train our communities about the importance of school. Yeah, because of the last time I was in a meeting, the school consists of 100 and something students, but we had 30 parents that came into the meeting. How sad is that? Where is other parents? So I guess they are not worried about the future of their kids. So if our community can start, to start participating in the school industry to say, okay, there's a guy that does free homeworks after school, in our community. Then there's people that are cooking to feed an after-school program, for free. So it's like creating an ecosystem where we all trying to make sure that the future of the young people is bright.
Right, a wholesome, safe ecosystem that ensures a prosperous future for you.
Yeah. So also, I saw that in our communities, when I was privileged to be selected under the IVLP program under the US Embassy, when I was there for like months, we were traveling into different schools, different universities, the program was called Tech Startup. I saw when you say, how do you make sure that schools are participating in the digital world? Coding programs, robotics. Kids are being taught these programs from age of 4. So how is that we not even having any sort of these coding or programming or anything in our own curriculum school, so that it'll make sure that young people are participating in the digital world. But it is paining me because, a lot of our community members are being scammed. So for an example, they'll send an SMS and say to you, you've 100,000. An elder won't come to you as a child to say, hey, I've won something, somebody sent me an SMS. They go there, they want to find out, this person says, deposit 450 in order for me to release the funds. An elder will pop out that money thinking that they'll receive that, So those are the scams that are online that young people are familiar with. So most of the time they target older grannies, knowing that she bought an Omo at, ShopRite or wherever, and they send an SMS, you want something from Omo. And, that's a scam. And there's a lot of loophole in terms of our community when it comes to digital literacy, or being digital inclined, So what do you think, Dr. M, what can be done when it comes to our community to say start participating in the digital world and also making sure that schools are not the place where, what can I say, people can come and steal to gain money, because that's the future of our kids,
Have you considered maybe, like we spoke about this once before, even with the Internet Society, having a safe media, call it like a location, a library, some building where everything can be housed, that you can lock up, like what a public library is, but just for digital equipment.
Okay.
A digital library. So anyone can go there, use the equipment, but then there's also, it's a lock up, properly safe and secure building. So it's locked up at night, and nobody can, just simply walk away with a piece of equipment because everything is monitored and it's done correctly and properly.
Yeah. Okay. So I see, I can hear that. You find that churches are always open 24/7. and you won't find anybody going there and stealing something. So I want the future of our kids when it comes to education. We need to be opened in a way whereby schools are not to be closed. Because if somebody wants to do a research, they must have access to resources. So imagine if, for an example, we introduce the first 24/7 digital library that will assist, researchers, people that don't have equipment, but utilizing a book to make sure that they utilize those resources. So I think our government, in the next event, we need to have invite people in the Department of Education where we try and understand where are the issues or what is our government right now busy with in making sure that curriculums are being changed, schools are being digitalized, and also teachers are being trained to make sure that they teach these young people. Because the danger of everything is that these young people today, they are smarter than the teachers, so they know everything.
But series of this digital student ID and digital learning platform, how is it in terms of adoption in our other country in South Africa?
Right now, we're busy talking to Cheraco in terms of hosting us, and also we are speaking to ZACR to give us a space where we can store content and make sure that everything is safe. Because the main thing, the Poppy apps that has came out, everything needs to be localized, So we have localized everything. The system, it's being built by young people, and we have partnered with UMax in making sure that the designing and the layout is perfect, So we are locally based and locally hosted in terms of the site, the app, and the services within. And also the security part of things, we are locally, and our servers are here local.
Yeah, because I find it interesting that the pilot project is happening outside of the country.
No, it's Niger, not Nigeria. Niger.
Oh.
Niger is in Springs, it's called Niger. Niger, sorry about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is in the country. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's wonderful.
Yeah.
That's wonderful.
So, right now, with our schools, that's what I'm saying. Last week, when we engaged or invited students in the African Internet Summit, a lot of young people don't know anything. They think they are using the internet and they're just using social media platforms and other stuff, And I feel that we need to make sure that young people are participating in the internet, not in the social media, and also or in apps that are owned by private company. And somebody thinks that I'm part of internet. So for an example, people think Google is internet. Google is just a search engine within the internet space, And it's more like a Firefox, whatever. And one of the key elements that I'm looking at is that how do we, especially when it comes to cybersecurity and other elements, to say, okay, how do we introduce our people? Let's start with this. We'll start with digital literacy in our schools, teachers, parents, boards that are there in schools, because they've got what do you call it? These board of directors in schools from different parents that I forgot the name, but people need to be digital inclined. So we need to train them into digital literacy. Then after digital literacy, cybersecurity, after cybersecurity, and someone can start choosing their way of saying, I love to code, I love to program, I love to be a graphic designer, I
up to a hardware, developer. It's up to an individual. But the fundamental of making sure that people are digital inclined. That's why I'm saying digital literacy is one of the key elements that can be utilized to make sure that we teach and train our communities, especially parents that have kids in school. Right now, as you were saying, we're in COVID, a lot of things are being done remotely, digitally, homeworks are being submitted online. So parents need to start familiarizing themselves with the technology,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think has catalyzed more digital literacy with all the stakeholders of education. More people have definitely become digitally literate. But the finer skills of, let's call it Arduino, AI, data, big data, all the scientific big data, all the scientific stuff behind that, that can push your career into a certain direction. Those types of skills, you can only give those skills to students if the curriculum allows you to do that. So, I think one of the core problems is that the curriculum at school needs to be adjusted and it needs to happen very quickly.
Yeah. No, true that. I guess we need to engage our MEC, to make sure to say, we've got talented young people who can contribute, We've got like your Dr. Lucy Abrams and have been into the industry for long. I've got you, Dr. M, with the coding program that which you introduced me in 2017, So with people like you being here, why not utilize you guys to make sure that we come up with a better curriculum that will enable young people to participate in the fourth industrial revolution on the digital world?
Because computer science is a subject, but I think it's only in high school, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And I mean, these are skills a child can learn from grade 1.
Yeah.
So it's not really something that you can introduce in high school and expect a kid to have a passion for it. They should be exposed to digital skills from a young age so that they grow up with a passion for to have a career in that, wanting to have a career in that,
Yeah. So how?
Yeah, it should be like reading and writing.
Yeah. So as we were saying right now, so parents, let's take parents right now. Parents don't know what is coding, what is programming, what is what. What they know, they want you to be a bookkeeper, they want you to be a lawyer, they want you to be, Then when you come at home and say, Mama, I want to be a coder, the parent says no, become a lawyer. They don't know that a lot of things, especially for example, accounting. We have apps. I cannot mention those apps. We've got apps that work, brilliantly. Without a human being that I can just do that. Accounting is weak. As a company, as an individual, it will assist you. So the area of what can I say? Accounting. It's almost dead. But now when you know how to code, you can create, systems that can compete with the other system that are there, to say, I've got a system that is locally made, to say it can do your accounting in a split of a second, or you can rent out our service, pay on a month-to-month, So people need to know that you no longer need a job to say 247, you can freelance in different areas, utilizing all these skills that you have,
The problem is replacing human labor at a very fast pace. So it's becoming, a lot of jobs are becoming redundant because those skills can be automated via code.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of parents don't understand that even the medical profession now, you can do consultations on an app where there is no physical human being there. ways that maybe the parents understood the power of what the real power of computation and what lies behind it. I think that's probably a challenge, is how to get parents to understand that.
Yeah.
Maybe create a fun video that has lots of, infographics and animation and does it in a witty, way that gets them to understand that.
Yeah.
So
I've been promoting this whole digital skills program, making sure, because we've got a special URL that was given to us by Google under YEM online education regarding to enabling young people, individuals, people that are working to make sure that they understand or how to shape their mindset or their career into the digital world. So the course is into our website. It's www.yemonlineeducation.co.za. That course can enable a lot of parents, to understand, to say, why is my son or daughter saying, I want to program, I want to do this. I've got this young brilliant boy. His name is Semi. He has developed his own from the scratch. Until last year, Ellie, I was so amazed. His first move, he took a drone that was bought for him, took it apart. Then he took recyclable stuff that he can copy and do exactly what has been done on the drone, but utilizing the resources that are recyclable. So we are busy working with him under YEM because we've got a solution that is called YEM drone service, where we want to deliver pills into houses. For example, older Grannies cannot walk anymore. We've got a lot of people that don't have time to go and collect their pills. But through our service, they can utilize our drone service to deliver those pills. So for an example, if you want to order pills at discount clicks, our drone service is one of the key elements that we'll be looking at, having or partners that we want to work with, when it comes to the drone service. So this young person, I want to expose him because it will be the first drone that is going to be made in our country, because of everything. Most of the drones are international drones. We buy drones overseas to bring them here, but making sure that, and he's in grade 10, by the way.
Oh, that is so exciting. Wow.
And
those are the stories that are energizing and are so inspiring. There should be more information about this widely spread so that people can see that there is talent here. There's potential here. It all can be done here. We don't have to look to other countries.
When it comes to also community Wi-Fi, young people right now it's a need for communities right now, Wi-Fi access. We had your right way back, it failed. We had other service providers that came that were took by the government from other countries to come and give us the service. Yet we have companies that are based here, organizations that are non-profit organizations that provide free Wi-Fi to communities. But how do we make sure that we boost or we expose your Soweto Wireless User Group, for an example? I've been using Soweto Wireless User Group for the past 10 years, using the free Wi-Fi, and I've been a part of Soweto Wireless User Group volunteering my time to say I will support hotspot where Wi-Fi is needed. But with the resources that they can get or get help, normally they get help from outside of the country, donors that donate money to continue to distribute to this community Wi-Fi, you know. But now, right now, it's a need for young people to have Wi-Fi so that they can do research, homeworks, submit, a lot, you know. So
But does the providers have the capability to manufacture LTE devices, portable LTE devices?
I don't want to lie, you know, and say yes or no, but the team that I know, with the skills and knowledge that they have, they are capable of doing that, you know, because of, for an example, Steve Malala, he's based in Pumalanga. He's got his own community network, you know, that side, and he took the experience from Soweto Wireless to the group to say, I'm learning now, and I'm going to move and create another community network in my community, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Because a pocket LTE device, you know, like Telkom does that. Telkom makes a LTE device that basically over large areas enables Wi-Fi access. Because the big challenge with Wi-Fi access is how close are you to the transmitter and the receiver.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And you have to have a powerful infrastructure, like very long range 5G, 4G at minimum, for it to transmit.
Yeah.
But with the LTE device, the person has the device and they can plug it into the laptop and that enables their Wi-Fi connectivity. So maybe to extend the range of this Soweto wireless network, if they thought about maybe, you know, manufacturing these locally manufactured Wi-Fi LTE devices that are plug-and-play, just plug in by USB, that will extend their range. Because what's their current range? I mean, what's the radius of their range?
So, for example, if it's about 5 meters, if I'm not mistaken, the range of Soweto Wireless is a group if there's an access point.
600.
100.
Oh, 100. It's 100. So, yeah, 100.
That's very short range.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, we're about to close, Dr. and thank you for your time. And on Friday, I would love to invite you again into the fourth industrial revolution topic that I'll be hosting. Because I felt that all these things that we're talking about today needs to be carried, you know, by on Friday, because of we had, you know, small time, and I would love to hear comments for people. What is it that they are saying about schools in their communities? Because if we are truly speaking, we are not taking this serious in making sure that the government is changing the curriculum and the schools are starting to be digitalized. The future of our kids, it's growing, you know, and we need to start now, not even like take time. That's why I'm saying, you know, engaging the Department of Education and our MEC of Education to say, Mr. Sufi, we truly need a change in our curriculum because we need young people to start participating in the digital world, coming up with solutions, innovation, creativity, you know, that is needed within the country. So how do I come up with a solution yet I cannot code, I cannot program, I cannot, you know? So those are the things that we need the curriculum to carry or to introduce into schools.
Definitely, I agree.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for inviting me, Krisha. It was really enlightening. I'm sorry, Debbie. So there's Krisha on the screen, and I heard Debbie.
He's the host. No worries.
Thank you both of you for inviting me. It's been really enlightening. You're doing such great work, and I'm looking forward to joining Friday call.
Thank you so much. You know, as I was saying, you know, working with you, the experience and everything was was quite good. And thank you so much, and have a lovely day. Enjoy the rest of the day, and thank you so much. Bye, Doctor.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Hi everyone, this is Sanyo Tatisi again, and I'm back just to bid farewell and say thank you on behalf of Digital Youth Month for today's first ever Digital Youth Month Day in South Africa. The reason why I say South Africa is because we're having another one for International Youth Month in August. We will give you details for that. So from my team to you all, I'd like to say thank you this morning for Tiger Tebe, who came and spoke so well about emotional intelligence, something that we all know we need. Then we were followed up by Dr. Alicia Porter, who spoke about mental health, such an important facet really, and she brought up really interesting points. Then we want to say thank you to Dipira Lomashoko, who really put some context in the automotive industry, spoke about opportunities there. Then we went ahead and we saw my colleague, Cindy Sokumari M, speak to Dr. Kadambari from just speaking about digitization in schools, talking about the realities of connectivity, especially in lower LSM areas, township, rural areas, and what the impact has really on education and what it has on our youth just overall. This was an exciting day. I mean, for me at least, the content was of really high quality, it was rich. We did have some technical issues when it came to our audio. However, I do assure you that tomorrow, we do have better quality sound waiting for us. I'm super excited to engage with you tomorrow. That's from the Digital Youth Month team and myself, Sanue. We say thank you, and we're looking forward to seeing your lucky faces and hearing your opinions tomorrow. Have a great one. Thanks. Bye.